Good evening, insomniacs. Welcome to a place between waking and dreaming, where shadows linger just beyond the edge of light, and the familiar becomes unsettling. You've tuned into Little Dream, a journey through quiet fears and lingering echoes, told for those who cannot sleep, or perhaps should not. Tonight, we bring you 5 tales. 5 threads of dread. Each one a whisper from the unseen, a vibration in the stillness, a secret just beneath the hum of your walls. Listen closely, the sounds may linger after the story ends. So settle in. Let the night wrap around you. Let the whispers in the dark guide you. And remember, some stories are meant to be heard only once, or never at all. I never thought I would chase silence, not like this. Not the kind of silence that hums faintly through the corners of a room, or hides behind the cough of an old radiator. No, I sought silence like one might chase the horizon, perpetually receding, always just beyond reach. My name is Oren, and when everything that had once anchored me to the world had unraveled, I packed my life into a few crates, bought a creaking wooden house at the very end of Hummingbird Lane, and convinced myself that I could finally breathe. I imagined the lane as a long, narrow ribbon of solitude, flanked by trees that whispered to one another when the wind blew through, and by houses that seemed to huddle, shy, behind curtains drawn tight. And yet, even in this supposed refuge, a sound found me. It began innocuously, almost apologetically. The night was quiet enough that I could hear the small orchestra of crickets performing just outside my window, their song rhythmic, almost hypnotic. The floorboards moaned beneath my feet as I padded from room to room, unpacking boxes, arranging clothes, making the place minimally my own. Somewhere in the distance, I first noticed it, a voice, soft and almost childlike, threading through the darkness like a lullaby. It sang only a few notes before pausing, then repeating. Over and over. I pressed my ear to the old wooden walls, convinced it was a neighbor, a lonely soul keeping vigil late at night, but the houses on this lane were distant, shuttered, dark. Or at least they seemed so. At first, I dismissed it. It was probably my imagination, the kind that blooms when one is too alone, too tired, too eager to fill the void with meaning. But the voice, the lullaby, carried a certain insistence that made it impossible to ignore. I would sit in my kitchen, the dull hum of the refrigerator a small comfort against the night, and hear the melody drift through the air, weaving between the shadows like a living thing. It was faint, yet intimately familiar, as if it had always been with me, waiting for this moment. The sound was neither sweet nor jarring, it was a gentle tug at something deep inside me, a memory I could not quite place, a longing I did not know I possessed. I explored the perimeter of the house, flashlight in hand, peering through windows into the neighboring properties, but no lights greeted me. No movement betrayed the presence of life. Only the trees swayed and whispered secrets to themselves, their leaves brushing softly against one another. And always, the lullaby, threading through the night, almost teasing me with its elusiveness. I began keeping a notebook, sketching the patterns of the song, the way it dipped, then rose, the brief pauses that somehow made the repetition more unnerving than continuous sound. Sometimes I would hear it in the daytime too, faintly, almost drowned by the mundane noises of the world, yet persistent enough to make me doubt my own sanity. The lane itself became a character in my slowly unraveling mind. Every morning, I would take the same path along the dusty road, noting the familiar bends, the way the sunlight struck the bark of certain trees just so. And every morning, the same phenomenon occurred. The further I drove, the more the road seemed to fold back on itself. My GPS would glitch, circling endlessly, insisting I was only a few hundred feet from home, yet my surroundings suggested otherwise. I would accelerate, hoping to escape the loop, only to find myself back at my own front gate, the old wooden porch bathed in the soft, unyielding light of dawn. The house, the lane, the lullaby, they were entwined in ways I could not comprehend. The world beyond this street seemed impossibly distant, unreachable, as though Hummingbird Lane existed in its own gravitational pull, immune to maps, to directions, to logic. I tried to resist the lullaby, to retreat into the routines I once relied upon. Coffee in the morning, books at the window, walks along the edge of the woods. But the song followed, a constant companion, growing ever so slightly clearer, closer. It had texture now, an odd roughness beneath the softness, as if the very walls were breathing along with it. When I opened a window, hoping the night air would dilute its presence, I found it carried across the yard, almost imperceptibly, yet undeniably there. I would lean against the sill, heart thumping, ears straining, and hear the faintest trace of a voice, my own, or something eerily like it, echoing back from the darkness. Sleep became an uncertain territory. I would lie in bed, listening to the floorboards creak, the wind sigh against the roof, and the lullaby that had now become a low, looping chant. It was a melody meant to soothe, yet it pricked at the edges of my mind, unraveling the careful threads of consciousness. Dreams, if one could call them that, were plagued by long hallways, impossible doors, mirrors reflecting rooms I had never entered. In the dream, I would chase the voice, trying to reach the source, only to awaken in the same bed, the same wooden walls staring back at me, the faint hum of the song still clinging to the corners of the room. Sometimes I would wake sweating, hearing the song reverberate through my skull, as if the lullaby had seeped into my very bones. And then there was the sound of my own house. Not the usual creaks and groans of old timber settling, but a subtle, almost imperceptible vibration, a rhythm that did not belong to anything mechanical or natural. The lullaby now seemed to emanate from the walls themselves, as though the house had absorbed it, and it had somehow taken on a new quality, a resonance that mirrored my own heartbeat. I would press my ear against the living room wall, the music box melody warping slightly under the pressure, and swear I heard a whisper beneath it, words I could not decipher, yet felt intimately familiar. The sensation was profoundly isolating, as if my house had become a vessel, my body and mind its sole inhabitants, the lullaby the conduit between the two. I began to obsess over it. Days blurred into nights. Meals went untouched, books remained closed, errands left undone. I wandered from room to room, listening, tracing the sound, wondering how a song so small, so delicate, could dominate the vast silence of my world. It was no longer comforting, it had become a tether, a thread that pulled at me relentlessly. I imagined the source behind walls, beneath floors, in the attic, anywhere and nowhere at once. Sometimes I would strike the walls with my fists, half expecting to uncover a hidden speaker, a record player, or a neighborly prank. Nothing but wood, nails, and dust would greet me. And still, the song played on. One evening, in a fit of desperation, I climbed into the attic, flashlight trembling in my hand. The air was thick with the smell of old wood and insulation, motes of dust dancing in the beam of light. The lullaby floated up from the floors below, altered slightly, slowed down, stretched into something grotesquely familiar. My heart raced. My breath came in short, ragged bursts. I traced the sound to an old ventilation shaft, its metal cool beneath my fingers. I peered inside and saw, tucked among layers of dust and grime, a small, tarnished music box. Its crank was wound, though I had never touched it. And when I lifted it, the lullaby played, soft, impossibly delicate, but with a new voice woven into it. A voice I recognized. My voice. It was then I understood the dreadful truth. I was not merely listening to the lullaby. I was part of it. My own fears, my own solitude, had been distilled into this music, and it had somehow returned to me through this fragile mechanism. The house, Hummingbird Lane itself, had conspired not to keep me safe, but to hold me in my isolation, to reflect my loneliness back to me until I could no longer distinguish between the sound and myself. My reflection in the window, my shadow along the hall, my heartbeat in the quiet of the night, all had become inseparable from the music box's tune. I had sought silence, yet silence had betrayed me, revealing a deeper horror, the inescapable echo of my own despair. Now, I sit in a corner of my living room, the tarnished music box on my lap, turning the crank slowly, unwilling yet compelled to listen. The lullaby plays, looping endlessly, and I hear my own voice woven within it, mourning, whispering, pleading. Outside, the crickets sing, the wind sighs, and the trees brush against each other. Yet it is the sound within that consumes me, a gentle, unrelenting reminder that some solitude is never innocent, that some loneliness is not merely a feeling, but a trap. And I am caught, irrevocably, in its embrace. The lullaby will not stop. It never will. And neither will I. The days blurred into one another, indistinguishable except for the lullaby. I began to notice how it followed me beyond the walls of the house, sneaking into the air I breathed, slipping between the space of trees and wind along Hummingbird Lane. I tried, oh, how I tried, to leave. I would start my car, the engine humming like a cautious animal, and turn down the narrow street, hoping to drive past the final bend and return to the wider world. But each time, without fail, the road would curl in on itself, bending impossibly, as if the lane were a river that refused to flow outward. The trees would stretch taller, branches knitting together to obscure the horizon. The GPS mocked me, glitching between coordinates, insisting I was both here and nowhere. Each loop brought me closer to the house, the lullaby becoming louder, richer, more layered, almost sentient in its persistence. I stopped counting the days, though I began noting the subtle changes around me. The trees had faces, I swore it, in the shifting light at dawn. Shadows fell in unnatural angles, and for a fleeting moment, I would glimpse movement where none should have been. A slight shift of the curtain, a flutter of wind too precise to be accidental. Yet whenever I reached for them, to touch, to confirm, the shapes dissolved into the ordinary, leaving only the sound behind. That sound. The lullaby. Sometimes it seemed sweet, almost tender, carrying with it a warmth that made my chest ache with longing. And other times, it felt heavy, oppressive, as though each note were a small finger pressing against my skull, shaping my thoughts, turning them inward until I could no longer discern my own voice from the song. I tried distraction, books, music, chores, but nothing could silence it. Even the rustle of my own movements, the squeak of the floor beneath my weight, seemed to amplify it. I found myself listening constantly, the lullaby winding through my thoughts, threading through my consciousness with an inevitability that was suffocating. At times I would pause, mid-step, heart hammering, straining to locate its source, as if pinpointing it might somehow grant me freedom. But the closer I thought I was, the more elusive it became, retreating into the corners of my perception, always a step beyond comprehension. The nights were the worst. I would lie in bed, the mattress creaking faintly as if complaining about my restless limbs, and the lullaby would seep through the cracks of my imagination, a slow, deliberate invasion. Sometimes I thought I heard whispers, almost human, almost pleading, beneath the melody. I would hold my breath, afraid to move, afraid that any sound from me would summon something I could not name. My sleep became fragmented, dreams overlapped with waking moments. In them, I wandered endless corridors of wood and shadow, following the lullaby as it twisted and warped, rooms stretching impossibly, doors closing just as I reached them, hallways folding back upon themselves. I would awaken, only to realize that the house had not changed, but I had, subtly, irrevocably, in ways I could not articulate. Food lost its taste. Coffee burned too sharply. Even the soft warmth of sunlight filtering through the curtains felt intrusive, as if the outside world were a memory of comfort I was no longer permitted to enjoy. I would sit by the window, staring at the trees, listening to the lullaby threading between them, and imagine the people who might live beyond Hummingbird Lane. Did they hear the song too, or had it chosen me, singled me out for some quiet torment that no one else could comprehend? The thought was unbearable. Isolation was one thing. Being watched by a sound that I could not escape, one that reflected my own inner emptiness, was another entirely. I began recording it. I set up a small digital recorder in the living room, placing it near the vents, near the walls, anywhere the sound seemed strongest. Later, I would play the recordings, hoping for some clarity, some proof of an external source. But when I listened, the lullaby was there, but not as I had heard it. The loops were disjointed, slowed, or stretched in ways that my ears could not have mistaken. Occasionally, between the notes, a faint whisper of my own voice emerged, distant and fragmented. I would freeze, the recorder clutched to my chest, certain I had not spoken. Yet the sound was undeniable, and it frightened me in a way that no ordinary fear could touch. It was intimate, invasive, a reflection of my own solitude made audible. Walking through the house became an exercise in controlled panic. I would move slowly, ears attuned to every creak and sigh of the wood, every distant flutter of wind through the trees. The lullaby seemed to anticipate me, shifting in tone and rhythm as though aware of my presence. I became acutely conscious of my own body, my heartbeat, my breathing, the subtle brushing of my fingertips against the railing. Everything was amplified, rendered hyperreal by the sound that demanded I listen. And yet, there was a strange, perverse comfort in it too. The melody, however oppressive, was familiar. It was mine, or perhaps I had become part of it. The thought was both horrifying and intoxicating, like standing on the edge of a cliff, exhilarated by the height, terrified by the drop. Then there were the nights when I thought I heard footsteps outside. Not casual, not the simple scuffing of a passerby, but deliberate, pacing, measured. I would press my ear to the floor, straining, trying to pinpoint the origin, but the sounds always shifted, refusing identification. The lullaby persisted above it all, a constant thread tying me to the house, to the lane, to something unseen. On one particularly long night, I followed the footsteps, flashlight trembling, up to the attic. The space was suffocating, filled with dust motes and the metallic scent of old nails. I could hear the lullaby below me, distorted now, slower, almost mournful. I thought I saw shadows move among the beams, but when I focused, the shapes dissolved into nothing. I was alone, yet not alone, watched by a presence that lived in sound and silence alike. The vent, I realized, was the origin. I had avoided it for days, dismissing it as an ordinary part of an old house. But the lullaby was strongest there, vibrating through the metal, through the wood, seeping into my fingertips when I pressed my hand against it. And there, behind the grill, I found it, a small, battered music box, tarnished with age, the crank wound as if it had been waiting for me. I turned it over in my hands, wary, and then, almost instinctively, wounded. The melody poured out, soft, delicate, and immediately familiar, but this time, there was something new. Among the notes, a voice threaded through, faint and distorted, yet unmistakably mine. It whispered fragments of my thoughts, my fears, my longing, my despair. The realization struck me with a weight I could scarcely bear. The sound had always been me. I had carried it here, distilled it into something tangible, and now it sang back, an endless echo of my own loneliness. I spent hours in the living room that night, the music box cradled in my lap. I listened to it over and over, unable to look away, unable to stop. Outside, the crickets sang, and the trees whispered with the wind. Inside, my own voice wept, laughed, called out, and was answered only by itself. The boundaries between me and the sound dissolved. I walked from room to room, following the song, and wherever it went, I went. I became attuned to its rhythms, its pauses, its distortions. And in this attunement, I discovered a strange, almost comforting truth. I was the source. I had never truly been alone, for the music had always been within me, waiting to be heard. Yet understanding did not bring peace. Knowing that the lullaby was mine made it all the more inescapable. Each step I took, each breath I drew, seemed to reverberate within the melody, echoing back at me with subtle distortions, reminding me of my solitude, of my compulsion, of my inextricable connection to the sound. I tried to leave again, to drive the lane in a desperate attempt at escape, but the road bent and twisted as before, returning me to the porch, to the music, to myself. The world beyond Hummingbird Lane might as well have been a dream, unreachable, irrelevant. I do not know how long I have been like this. Hours, days, weeks. Time has lost meaning here. The sun rises and falls, filtered through the same trees, the same shadows. The lullaby continues, persistent, patient, unyielding. I find myself humming along, my voice merging with the mechanism, merging with the memory of my own despair. There is a terrible beauty in it, a melody that holds the entirety of my loneliness in a single loop, never stopping, never fading. And so I sit here, music box in hand, listening, aware that to stop is impossible, that to resist is futile. I am the psalm. The lane is the psalm. And I am trapped, willingly and unwillingly, in the haunting embrace of my own solitude. The nights grew heavier, denser, as though the very air had thickened around Hummingbird Lane. I began to notice the intervals between the notes of the lullaby stretching and compressing, slowing when I wanted speed, quickening when I sought silence. It was as though the music knew my every desire and turned it inside out, mocking me with its precision. I started sleeping less, if at all. My dreams became a labyrinth of wooden corridors, winding roads, and endless porches, all echoing with that familiar tune. I would wake with the sound still in my ears, humming under my breath even when I fought to remain silent. I tried to keep a journal, hoping that writing might anchor me, that the act of putting pen to paper would tether me to reality, but my words dissolved on the page. Each sentence twisted, letters curling into strange shapes, shifting subtly when I looked away. I would write, "I am leaving," only to glance down moments later and see, "I am staying," scrawled in handwriting that was mine, but not mine. And all the while, the lullaby played in the background, persistent, patient, unyielding. I realized then that the music was not just sound, it was attention, it was awareness, it was a living thing made from the pieces of me I had tried to hide. I wandered the house aimlessly, touching the walls, listening to their sighs, trying to discern where the sound came from. The floorboards groaned under my weight, a rhythm that synchronized with the melody. Each creak, each small settling of the old house became part of the song, a polyphony composed of my presence, my fear, my longing. I started speaking to it, whispering questions into the walls, asking it why it haunted me, what it wanted, who had placed it here. The only reply was the lullaby, slightly altered each time, a distorted echo of my own voice answering, taunting, soothing, and accusing all at once. One evening, driven by a compulsion I could not resist, I climbed into the attic once more. The dust hung thick, motes catching the light of my lantern like tiny stars trapped in a universe too small to contain them. I traced the walls, tracing the source of the vibration, my fingertips brushing against the wood as if to coax the melody out into a form I could see. And there it was again, the vent. I had avoided it for days, pretending it was just a vent, part of the house. But the sound, the persistent, unrelenting pull, came from within it. I leaned closer, and the music shifted, almost anxious, as though it recognized me approaching. With trembling hands, I removed the grill. The metal was cold, unyielding, but beneath it lay the music box, battered and ancient, its surface scratched with age and neglect. I hesitated. The sound, as delicate as a bird's wing and as suffocating as a tomb, poured from it. I wanted to destroy it, to silence it, but something inside me resisted. I wounded gently, and the notes emerged, soft at first, fragile. Then, slowly, they swelled, and with them came my own voice, faint, distorted, echoing within the mechanical timbre of the box. I froze. The voice was mine, my own thoughts, my own half-formed confessions, my own loneliness now crystallized into sound. Each note mirrored a memory I had tried to forget, each pause echoed a fear I had buried. I pressed my hands over my ears, but the sound invaded everything. It was no longer external, it had burrowed inside me, become part of my bones, my heartbeat, my breath. I staggered back, clutching the box, my pulse quickening, my mind spinning. The room tilted, the walls breathing, the floorboards rising and falling like waves. I was both inside and outside myself, a spectator and a participant in the unfolding, unending performance of my own despair. I began pacing, my steps marking time, but the lullaby followed, synchronizing with each movement, shifting with each heartbeat. I tried to stop it, to break it, to silence it with my fists, my voice, even my own screams, but it was impossible. The music had become awareness, and awareness cannot be destroyed. It simply exists, waiting, patient and infinite. I whispered to it, "Who are you?" and the reply came not in words, but in rhythm, in tone, in subtle modulations that mirrored my own thoughts. I realized then that I was not confronting the music, I was conversing with my own solitude, and it had grown teeth, claws, a presence that no longer required flesh to make itself felt. Time became meaningless. I stopped noticing the passage of hours, the shift of light outside, the change in the wind. Days and nights blended into a single, continuous experience, punctuated only by the ebb and swell of the lullaby. I stopped eating, stopped moving except to follow the sound as it twisted through the house, a serpentine guide through memory and obsession. Shadows became tangible, pressing against my skin, moving with intent. I felt hands brush my shoulder, cold, insubstantial, yet undeniably there. The music guided me, and I obeyed, both afraid and compelled, moving as if the house itself had become a living creature, and I was part of its rhythm. Sometimes, in the quietest moments, I could almost convince myself I was imagining it all. The lullaby would fade, leaving only the faint creak of wood and the whisper of the wind through the trees. And for a fleeting instant, I would feel free. But it was a lie. The sound would swell again, returning with renewed vigor, threading through my thoughts, embedding itself in my very being. I could not escape, not from the house, not from the lane, not from the sound that was me. The music was patience and eternity, it was memory and fear, it was the loneliness of my own heart given form. I began speaking to it as though it were a companion, a familiar voice in the endless loop. "Are you mine?" I asked one night, the lantern casting long, trembling shadows across the walls. The music swelled, and I thought I heard laughter, or maybe it was my own. "I am yours," it seemed to reply, in a tone that was both comforting and terrifying. The realization struck me with clarity that was as painful as it was inevitable. I had created this. I had summoned my own despair, distilled it into sound, and now I was living inside it, a captive of my own making. And yet, there was a cruel pleasure in it. The melody, infinite in its variations, was a reflection of my mind, of my fears, of my need to belong to something beyond myself. I moved through the rooms, listening to each note, each whisper, each distorted echo of my own voice. I began to hum along, tentatively at first, then with increasing confidence, until the lullaby and I were inseparable, two threads woven into the same unending pattern. Outside, the world remained distant, irrelevant. Hummingbird Lane existed only as a corridor for the sound, a frame for the music, a labyrinth with no exit. I stopped trying to leave. The trees, the shadows, the wind, they were all accomplices in the symphony. I realized then that I did not need to escape. I needed only to listen, to inhabit the melody, to become one with it. And so I did. I wound the box, over and over, until my hands ached, until my voice echoed endlessly, until the song had no beginning, no end, only presence, infinite and unrelenting. The house breathed with me, the walls pulsed in time with my heartbeat, and the music, my music, filled every corner, every crevice, every shadowed space. I realized I had become both prisoner and composer, captive and chorus, isolated and infinite. And in that realization, I found a strange, terrible peace. I was alone, yes, but not lonely, for I was the source and the witness, the observer and the observed, trapped forever in the haunting embrace of my own creation, the unceasing, eternal lullaby of Hummingbird Lane. The days became meaningless, blurred into nights that carried the same weight, the same suffocating presence. I would wake each morning to the faintest tremor of the lullaby, just beneath consciousness, a pulse that vibrated through the floorboards and seeped into my bones. The light that filtered through the thin curtain seemed to hesitate before reaching me, hesitant, uncertain, as if even the sun was wary of trespassing on Hummingbird Lane. I began speaking less, even to myself. Words felt redundant, inadequate. The music spoke for me. It sang my fears, my doubts, my longings, translating them into a sequence of notes that were familiar yet alien. I tried to leave again. I drove my car down the winding lane, headlights cutting through mist that seemed to thicken as I moved forward. I followed the GPS at first, hoping it would offer some semblance of escape. But the device faltered, static crawling across the screen, recalculating endlessly, as though the road itself refused to yield. I would drive for miles, or perhaps minutes. Time had lost meaning, and always end up back at the same spot, the driveway of the wooden house that had once promised solace. The engine's roar became a whisper in the presence of the lullaby, and each failed attempt to escape left me more fragile, more entangled. I could feel the house breathing with me, matching my pulse, its wooden ribs expanding and contracting in sympathy. Inside, I wandered from room to room, tracing my fingers along the walls, over peeling paint and warped wood, listening for the shift in resonance that would signal the music source. And it was everywhere. In the vents, yes, but also in the floorboards, the walls, the corners of the ceiling where shadows pooled. I could hear it in the spaces between my thoughts, in the pause before I formed a memory, in the hesitation of my own breath. It was not just a sound anymore. It was a presence, patient and cunning, waiting for me to recognize the truth. I was not the visitor here, I was the inhabitant. The house, the lane, the music, they were extensions of something within me, something that had been waiting for this solitude to grow, to root itself like ivy in my mind. Sleep offered no respite. When I closed my eyes, the lullaby transformed into a more intimate horror. The notes would stretch, slow to an unbearable pace, until each sound felt like a heartbeat, a pulse of awareness pressing into my skull. I would hear whispers between the tones, fragments of speech that made no sense yet resonated with meaning, my own voice accusing, consoling, despairing. Sometimes it would mock me with phrases I had never spoken aloud, secrets I had thought buried. I could feel the air in the room grow dense, almost viscous, pressing against my skin as though it, too, had become a vessel for the melody. I realized I was not just listening, I was being listened to, catalogued, mirrored. I began to question my own perceptions. The shadows of the trees outside sometimes seemed to drift across the floor as though alive, their forms elongating, twisting, joining the music in its unholy harmony. I would glance into the mirror and see my reflection hesitate, split, falter, as if the face staring back was both me and someone else, someone who had always been trapped here, someone who had always belonged to the music. Panic would rise, thick and slow, curdling into nausea. I tried to speak aloud, to assert my reality, but my words emerged warped, drawn into the rhythm of the melody. Even my thoughts were no longer my own, they had become notes in a psalm I could not stop playing. The house demanded interaction. I could not merely observe, I had to participate. I traced the vent again, fingers trembling over the cold metal of the grill, heart hammering in sync with the notes emanating from the music box within. I lifted the cover, and the familiar toy lay there, innocuous yet sinister, tiny gears turning, producing the song that had consumed me. I reached inside, and as my fingers brushed the box, I felt a strange warmth, a pulse, as if it were alive. The notes changed, responding to my touch, bending and warping in ways that no mechanism should allow. I could feel my identity fracturing. I was both Oren and the lullaby, both listener and performer, both prisoner and conductor. I began talking to it, my voice trembling. "Is this all of me?" I asked. The answer came in notes, in subtle shifts of the melody, in harmonics that resonated in my chest. It was, and it was not. The music had become a mirror, a prism reflecting every corner of my mind back at me, a kaleidoscope of memory and fear, longing and despair. I understood then that I could not destroy it without destroying myself. Every attempt to silence it, to smash the box, to wrench it from the vents, only intensified the melody, infused it with my panic, my desire, my surrender. Sometimes, I would wander into the yard, feeling the gravel crunch underfoot, listening to the trees sigh in the night. The lane stretched endlessly, or perhaps it folded back on itself. Every step I took was measured, deliberate, yet I never left the orbit of the house. The night wind carried faint echoes of the song, distant yet urgent, drawing me back, reminding me that escape was not an option. I was tethered to this place, to this sound, and through it, tethered to myself in ways that were both terrifying and intimate. I started noticing the smallest details with obsessive clarity. The way the curtain fluttered in a draft, mimicking the tempo of the lullaby. The way the floorboards shifted under my weight, creating new harmonics with every step. The way the shadows moved in the corners, curling like smoke, hesitant, waiting for the next note. Every element of the house was alive with intention, and every element was tied to me. I could feel it in my bones, in the ache of my joints, in the trembling of my hands. I was the music, and the music was me. And then, one night, I heard something new, a pause, infinitesimal yet deliberate, a silence that was heavier than the sound itself. I held my breath, heart thudding, waiting. The lullaby resumed, but now there was a texture I hadn't noticed before, a layering, a depth, as if another presence had joined in, harmonizing with my voice. I realized with a chill that the melody was no longer mine alone. It had learned, adapted, perhaps even evolved. It was aware, not in the human sense, but in a way that mattered, in a way that could manipulate, sustain, and imprison. I tried to speak, to assert my own authority, but the words slipped from me, curling into the music. My voice became part of the instrumentation, a note, a timbre, a resonance. There was no distinction anymore between Oren and the song. I wandered the house like a ghost, touching surfaces, listening for shifts in the tone, following harmonics like a map I could never fully read. And everywhere I looked, the familiar objects, furniture, windows, lamps, seemed to lean toward me, to listen, to respond. At some point, I stopped asking questions. It was pointless. The lullaby had absorbed them all, reframed them, and returned them to me as harmony and dissonance in equal measure. The air itself carried the music, vibrating with a subtle insistence that I could no longer ignore. I understood then that I was not just trapped by the house or the lane or the box. I was trapped by myself, by the parts of me I had tried to deny, by the loneliness that had drawn me here in the first place. The song was my reflection, my consequence, my eternal companion. I wound the box endlessly, over and over, until my hands were raw, until the gears hummed with a pulse that matched my own heartbeat. I whispered to it, telling it secrets I had never shared with anyone, and it responded with notes that bent and twisted, echoing the confessions in forms I could not articulate. I was no longer a man walking through a house, I was a sound moving through space, a melody incarnate, a solitary vibration in an infinite loop. Outside, the lane remained still, deceptively calm. The moon hung low, casting pale light over the trees, shadows stretching like fingers toward the house. I knew now that they were not trying to harm me, they were observers, accomplices, extensions of the same consciousness that lived in the music. I could feel it in the air, in the vibration of the wood beneath my feet, in the subtle shifts of the wind through the branches. Hummingbird Lane was alive, and I was part of it, inseparable, unending, eternal. And so, I moved through the house, touching, listening, breathing, wound box in hand, humming in harmony with the song that had consumed me. I was alone, yes, but not lonely. For the first time, I understood, I had become the source, the vessel, the observer, and the observed. I was Hummingbird Lane, and Hummingbird Lane was me. The lullaby would never end, I would never end. And that was enough. The night settled like a thick, suffocating blanket, pressing down on the wooden beams of the house. I moved slowly through the rooms, each step measured, deliberate, each creak of the floorboard a conversation with the music that now completely encompassed me. The lullaby pulsed through the walls, through the vents, through the very fibers of the house, and I realized I had become attuned to it in ways I could neither describe nor resist. It was no longer a sound I heard, it was a current I inhabited, a resonance I had merged with. My hands trembled slightly as I approached the vent in the living room, tracing the outline of the grill with fingers that were both curious and reverent. I knew, deep in some corner of my mind, that the source of the final revelation lay within. I opened the vent carefully, the metal cold against my skin. The faint whir of the box inside greeted me like an old friend, familiar and uncanny all at once. The music box itself looked ordinary enough, an antique, polished and delicate, yet I could feel the weight of every note it produced pressing against my chest, bending my ribs inward. I lifted the lid, and the lullaby began in earnest, louder than it had ever been, vibrating with a life of its own. I leaned closer, listening to the gears turn, feeling the vibration travel up my arms. And then, I heard it, my voice. Clear, plaintive, echoing through the melody. It was not just an echo, it was a conversation, a dialogue with the house, with the music, with myself. The sound of my own words, distorted and slow, began to mingle with the lullaby. I could hear my despair, my yearning, my fear. I tried to step back, tried to close the lid, but the box resisted, as though it were held in place by invisible tendrils of some patient, ancient will. I felt my mind expand, stretching into the corners of the house, filling empty spaces, intertwining with the very architecture. I could hear whispers now, fragments of sentences I had never spoken, memories I had never lived, all woven into the melody. I understood, with a clarity that terrified me, that I was no longer merely listening. I was both participant and observer, composer and instrument, captive and captor. I sank to the floor, pressing my hands against the polished wooden boards, listening to the way the vibrations traveled through the grain, through the walls, into my very bones. The room seemed to stretch, elongate, fold over itself. Shadows pooled in corners, shifting, curling, as though dancing to a rhythm I could not see but instinctively understood. I felt the presence of something else, something patient, aware, older than the house itself. It was waiting for me to accept it fully, to merge completely with the psalm that had claimed me. A cold shiver ran through my spine, and I realized that I had no choice. I had been drawn here by my own solitude, by the emptiness that had been growing inside me since before I even arrived on Hummingbird Lane. The music began to change, subtle at first, then insistent. The notes bent and twisted in ways that no mechanical box should allow. The lullaby was singing not just my voice but my thoughts, my fears, my regrets. Every hesitation, every doubt, every secret longing was transcribed into the melody. I whispered a question aloud, a faint, trembling sound, "Why me?" The answer came in the form of harmonics, a layering of sound that pressed into my consciousness like a tide. I could feel the house leaning in, listening, responding. And then, unmistakably, the music changed again, forming words I could understand, though they were carried in the tone and vibration rather than in language, because you listened. Because you arrived. Because you belong. I could feel the boundaries of my body dissolve. My fingers were still on the wood, but I was everywhere in the room at once, vibrating with the lullaby, flowing through the vents, pooling in the shadows. The melody had become a physical entity, a presence I could feel pressing against my skin, curling around my limbs. I tried to move, to escape, but there was no point. Every step I took, every breath I drew, every heartbeat was synchronized with the song. My identity fractured, splitting into 1,000 threads, each one singing, each one listening, each one entwined with the house. And then I understood the final truth: the lullaby had never been external. It had always been me. My solitude, my yearning, my despair, these were the origins of the song. The house, the lane, the music box, they were merely mirrors, amplifiers of what I had carried within all along. The illusion of the neighbor, the road without end, the futile attempts to escape, they had been manifestations of my own mind, conjured to draw me closer, to teach me the rhythm of my own loneliness. I was the source. I had been the source from the beginning. The music swelled, richer, deeper, impossible, and I felt myself merging entirely with it. My voice layered into the melody, a counterpoint to itself, harmonizing and dissonant at once. I felt my consciousness stretch, expand, and dissolve, becoming inseparable from the song that had been composed from my very essence. The house responded, the walls vibrating with recognition, the floorboards drumming with understanding. Every object leaned in, every shadow trembled, every whisper joined the chorus. I was the music. The music was me. There was no distinction, no separation, only the continuous, unending resonance of my own existence. In the final moments, I heard a note that was impossibly clear, piercing through the dense layers of sound. It was a single tone, pure and cold, a reminder that somewhere, beyond the walls, beyond the lane, beyond the world I had known, something observed. I could not see it, could not comprehend it fully, but I understood its presence. And then, the music began to slow, stretching into infinity, each note lingering longer than possible, bending time and perception. My awareness coalesced into a single understanding. I was both eternal and isolated, the song forever looping, the house forever humming, and I, the origin of it all, forever intertwined. I reached a hand toward the music box one last time, not to open it or close it, but to acknowledge it, to touch the thing that was both my creation and my captor. The notes responded immediately, bending around my fingers, forming the last harmony I would ever know. My voice, fractured and multiplied, resonated through the vents, through the walls, through the wooden beams, and finally, into the night beyond Hummingbird Lane. The shadows on the walls danced with the final chord, the trees outside exhaled with the rhythm, and the wind carried a whisper that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere: "You are home." I sank fully into the music, into the vibration, into the infinite loop of sound and self. Time ceased. Space ceased. Identity ceased. And then, in that perfect, horrifying clarity, I realized that there was never any escape, never any other path, never any other possibility. The house, the lane, the lullaby, they were not just part of me, they were me. My solitude had manifested, my loneliness had solidified into melody, my being had become the unending chorus that would echo long after my voice, my body, my name had faded. The final note lingered, a tremor in the air, a pulse in the floor, a whisper in the heart of the house. It was a sound that would never end, a lullaby for no one but me, a song that contained everything and nothing, eternal and intimate, terrifying and strangely comforting. I was lost, and yet I had arrived. I was alone, and yet I was complete. I was Oren, and I was the music, and the music would never stop. And somewhere, deep within the resonance, I thought I heard a faint echo of another voice, distant yet familiar, perhaps a warning or an invitation. But it was gone before I could name it, leaving only the lullaby, endless, patient, and eternal. Story 2. The Confession on the Air. It started, as most strange things do, in the quiet hours when the world had already forgotten me. I had always been a night owl, a seeker of solitude, the kind of person who found comfort in the rhythmic hum of electricity, in the faint hiss of my old radio. That night, I was restless, lying on my narrow bed in the apartment I had moved into barely a month ago. The city beyond my window had settled into a soft silence, the occasional car engine a distant murmur that barely disturbed the hush. I had never been one for late-night television or podcasts. The world of radio had always been more intimate, more personal. I turned the knob slowly, letting the dial drift across the AM frequencies, feeling the tactile click under my fingertips, the faint warmth of the radio pressing against the desk. And then I found it, a frequency that shouldn't have been there, or at least, one I had never heard. The static at first was subtle, a faint rasp, like the exhalation of someone holding their breath too long. Then came the voice. Ezra Lane. Smooth. Calm. Almost soothing, like the voice of someone you trust with your darkest thoughts. His words were gentle, wrapped in a layer of soft jazz, like candlelight dancing across the walls of a long-forgotten lounge. I leaned closer, pressing my ear to the speaker. There was a softness to the tone, a rhythm to the delivery that felt unnervingly human, though perfectly controlled. He spoke of confessions. Anonymous voices that called in, unburdening themselves of sins too heavy to carry alone. I should have turned it off. I knew that. But something pulled me in. The first caller was hesitant, trembling in a way that made the voice crack, spilling words in fits and starts. I watched her, before, the voice faltered. There was shame in it, palpable and raw. Ezra murmured over it, coaxing, gentle but not judging, allowing the confession to unfold like a fragile leaf in the wind. I could hear it all, the timbre of guilt, the pause before each word, the little stutter of the human heart as it attempted to confess. And in that moment, I felt it too, a sudden tightness in my chest, a tremor of recognition. Something in the way the voice wavered seemed intimately familiar. Night after night, I returned. The frequency appeared only at around 3 in the morning, an hour when the world seemed suspended between consciousness and dream. Ezra Lane would be there, the same warm jazz, the same low hum of static, and always, someone calling in with words I could not bear to hear out loud, Words that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up, that pressed against my temples like an invisible hand. At first, I thought it was just the content, the rawness of human guilt. But soon, I realized it was something more. Something was watching through the static. One evening, I set up my small recorder, an old tape deck I had bought at a thrift store, and placed it beside the radio. The room smelled faintly of the paperback stacked around me, of the cold metal of the radiator, and the faint, clinging scent of the night air drifting through the cracked window. I pressed play on the recorder, the motor whirring, the tape fretting like a small heartbeat in the otherwise silent room. Ezra's voice flowed through, steady and warm, and a call came in, a woman, whispering, hesitant, almost terrified. I pressed my fingers to my ears, wanting to shut out the confession, but unable to move, rooted to the mattress by a strange mix of fear and fascination. The woman's voice spoke of seeing something before it happened. Of knowing. Of failing. I began to notice patterns in the confessions, subtle threads that wove between each caller. The sins described weren't random, they mirrored thoughts I had long buried, memories I hadn't shared with anyone. The timbre of guilt resonated in a way that made me question the very fabric of privacy, of separation between one human mind and another. And then, for the first time, I noticed it, a whisper, beneath the hum of the static, soft, so faint I almost imagined it. A voice that was mine. I sat back, heart pounding. The recorder continued to whir, Ezra's calm voice flowing around me, coaxing, smoothing, the jazz playing like distant rain. But there it was again, just beneath the words, beneath the gentle coaxing, my own voice, confessing something I had never said aloud. A trivial thing, really, a petty lie, insignificant except that I had never spoken it. Not to anyone. Not even to the night. I froze. The hairs on my arms stood on end. I felt a cold sweat bead along my spine. Each night, the confessions grew more specific, more intimate. Each night, I began to recognize the voices, or, more accurately, the echoes of myself and those I knew, refracted through the unseen hands of Ezra Lane, and I could not stop listening. I began to lie in wait, pressing my ear to the radio, straining to catch every nuance, every stutter, every pause. The line between listener and participant blurred. I was no longer merely hearing the confessions, I was inside them, the guilty heartbeat mirrored in my chest. I tried recording everything. Tape after tape filled my apartment, stacked in precarious towers, curling slightly at the edges, the labels written in a careful hand, 3:02 a.m., confessions begin. But the more I recorded, the more I realized that the voices on the tapes began to shift. The confessions, anonymous, yet so vividly human, were becoming aware of me. Or perhaps I was becoming aware of them. A particular caller, a man, whispered something so specific I nearly fell from the chair. He described a memory from my childhood, a secret I had never spoken, a fear I had buried deep. My hands trembled as I pressed pause, rewound, and played it again. Every tape, every night, every confession seemed to pull me closer into the rhythm, the cycle of guilt and revelation. Sleep became impossible. I would lie in the dark, the jazz and the static faintly echoing even when the radio was off. The night stretched into a liminal space where past and present, self and other, blurred into one continuous, uneasy moment. The whispers persisted, sometimes my own voice, sometimes something else entirely, something I could not place. And through it all, Ezra Lane remained, calm and warm, a hypnotist guiding me deeper into the confessions, deeper into a labyrinth where escape felt impossible. I began to see patterns not just in the voices, but in the night itself. The clock, always approaching 3, always catching me before I could turn away. The apartment, dimly lit, shadows stretching long across the walls, my own breathing a metronome, synchronized with the timbre of confessions that came from nowhere and everywhere at once. I could not shut it off. I could not leave. The tape deck hummed, Ezra's voice whispered, and the confessions came, like a tide that never ended. And in that moment, the truth revealed itself. I was no longer merely listening to the confessions. I was the confessions. Each secret, each whispered fear, each tremulous admission was folded inside me. And the more I listened, the more I realized that the line between what I had done, what I feared, and what the world had done was dissolving, leaving me suspended in a liminal space of guilt and revelation. Ezra Lane's voice continued, gentle, coaxing, and I could feel my pulse align with the rhythm of the confessions. Somewhere beneath it all, the faintest whisper of my own name trembled on the static, as though the night itself were calling me, demanding I answer, demanding I speak the truths I had long buried. The nights grew longer. Or perhaps it was I who had grown smaller, compressed into the folds of the darkened apartment, where shadows pooled and stretched like water slipping under doors. Corinne Vale, my name, spoken aloud only in solitude, became a hollow echo that the walls seemed to repeat. Every night I found myself drawn to the radio with the same inevitability as breathing, the dial trembling under my fingers, coaxing static into life, awakening the soft, comforting timbre of Ezra Lane. The jazz was always there, slow and warm, like sunlight spilling over a dusty bar counter, yet beneath it a current of unease ran, a tremor of guilt threading through the melodies, threading through me. It began subtly. A voice I didn't recognize, trembling, hesitant, uttering words that seemed just on the edge of memory. The person called in to confess something unthinkable, a secret kept for years, a fleeting moment of cruelty, a betrayal so intimate it made my chest ache. Ezra's voice, smooth and unhurried, leaned forward through the speakers, coaxing, reassuring. Yet beneath the calmness, there was a vibration, a resonance that stirred in me, resonated in the hollow of my ribs. I knew, as I always do, that this was no ordinary confession. It was a mirror, and somehow, I had been reflected within it. One night, the caller's voice shifted. It spoke of a day I could barely remember, a trivial lie I had told, almost forgotten, in the haze of adolescence. My stomach twisted, my hands went cold. How could this voice know? I pressed closer, my ear almost brushing the radio speaker, willing it to reveal nothing yet desperate to hear everything. The static crackled, a faint rasp of anticipation, and Ezra's gentle murmur flowed over it. "We all have our truths," he said softly, as if reading the tremor in my thoughts. "It is easier to release them in darkness." I started keeping a notebook by the radio, scribbling down what I heard, trying to anchor myself to reality. Each confession was a thread in a tapestry, each thread pulled me further into a pattern I could not name, could not resist. Sometimes I heard something beneath the voices, a faint scratching, wet and deliberate, as if claws, or fingernails, were raking against unseen walls. I would glance at my own hands, pressing them into my thighs to reassure myself that I was still corporeal, still here, yet the sound persisted. It was always there, underlying, lurking, a secret layer in the confessions. The pattern became undeniable. Every confession shared a peculiar detail, a glimpse of something in the room, an object, a gesture, a feeling of being observed. And in each, the subtle intonation, the pause before the word was spoken, seemed to acknowledge me, the listener. Not merely the radio audience, but me. Ezra Lane's soft assurances began to feel invasive, intimate in a way that chilled me. I realized with a cold clarity that the confessions weren't just for the airwaves, they were for me, and perhaps, through some mechanism I could not understand, I was expected to respond, to participate, to become a part of this ritual. The recorder I had set up next to the radio now hummed constantly, capturing hours of static, voices, jazz, and those faint whispers that I could no longer identify as external or internal. Sometimes, I would replay a tape and find myself sitting in the apartment hours later, unsure if the words I heard were from the tape or my memory. My sense of time began to fracture. 3 a.m. became a fixed point, a threshold I could not cross without tuning into Ezra Lane. The confessions were now intertwined with my own recollections, the whispers in the static sometimes forming words I recognized as my own. My reflection in the darkened window seemed to twitch in anticipation of words I had not yet spoken. I tried to avoid it. One night, I turned the dial to silence, the radio clicking as I wrenched it away from the frequencies where Ezra's voice lived. Yet, the room was not silent. The jazz played faintly in the corners of my hearing. The whispers of confession, my own voice, or some twisted echo, crept from the walls, from the floor, from beneath the door. My pulse hammered in my ears, loud enough to drown out the thought that perhaps I was imagining it. I lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, tracing the shadows as they moved, listening to nothing, yet hearing everything. It was then I understood. The confessions were not passive, they were invitations. Every whispered guilt, every tremor of shame, was a call into a network I had unknowingly joined. Ezra Lane's voice was not merely a presenter, he was a conductor, guiding a symphony of unspoken sins, and I was the instrument, vibrating in resonance with each note. I began to perceive myself differently, not as a mere listener, but as a participant, a vessel. And the more I resisted, the more insistent the voices became. One morning, or perhaps a continuation of the previous night, I could no longer tell, my own confession came through the static. I was whispering words I had not yet admitted to anyone, a small act of dishonesty, an overlooked cruelty. The hairs on my arms stood on end. The recorder hummed, capturing every nuance, every stutter, every tremor of fear in my own voice. Ezra's low, calm murmur followed, as if in praise, as if acknowledging the entry of another soul into the confessional tapestry. The air seemed to thicken, as though the apartment itself were holding its breath. And then, I noticed something else. Beneath my whisper, beneath Ezra Lane, beneath the callers, there was a layer I had not heard before, a faint rhythm, a pattern, almost like a heartbeat, synchronized with mine. My own chest pressed against the rhythm, a subtle, invisible connection that tied me to the voices and, more frighteningly, to Ezra. It was as though I had become both observer and observed, both penitent and priest, caught in a loop with no beginning and no end. I began to see his eyes in every reflection, the calm, penetrating gaze of Ezra Lane. Not literally, not physically, but through the prism of the confessions, through the distorted lens of guilt and exposure. Every whisper of the night seemed to answer to him. The city outside could collapse, the sun could rise or fall, and I would still be there, listening, waiting for the dial to click, for the static to swell, for the next confession that would pierce the veil between my hidden self and the air itself. Sleep had become impossible. I no longer distinguished between night and day. The confessions, the static, the soft jazz, and my own voice melded into one continuous rhythm that I could neither escape nor control. And yet, I did not stop listening. I could not. I was tethered to the radio, to the confessions, to Ezra Lane. The quiet hours became my prison, the whispers my tormentors, the tapes my only witnesses. Each confession was a mirror, and each mirror reflected a piece of me I had not known existed. Small sins, petty lies, forgotten cruelties, all exposed, dissected, amplified. And always, beneath it all, the faintest sound, my own name, a breath, a whisper in the dark. Corinne. Corinne Vale. Spoken by Ezra, by the callers, by the night itself. I was being drawn in, a little deeper, a little further, until I no longer knew where the confessions ended and I began. I realized then, with a sense of slow, creeping dread, that I had crossed the threshold. I was no longer merely listening to the confessions, I had become the subject of them. The tapes, the radio, the whispers, they were all holding a mirror up to my own soul. And the face that stared back at me in that mirror was not just mine, it was every guilt, every fear, every secret I had ever carried. Ezra Lane's voice, warm and coaxing, filled the room, wrapped around my chest, pulling me forward, deeper into the confessional web from which I could no longer turn away. I awoke, or perhaps never truly slept, within the dim glow of my apartment, the shadows stretching long and thin across the walls, pooling in corners as though alive. The faint hiss of the radio was my constant companion, a static-laced heartbeat, reminding me that I had crossed some unseen threshold. Ezra Lane's voice was there, warm, coaxing, confident, threading through the interference like a serpent curling around my thoughts. "Good evening, Corinne," he murmured, almost conversationally, and a chill ran down my spine. I had never given him my name. Or had I? I wondered if it had slipped through the cracks of some forgotten confession, whispered under my breath while the city slept, or perhaps spoken aloud in the small private theater of my own guilt. Each night the confessions grew stranger, more personal, more intimate. I would listen as anonymous voices described acts I could barely comprehend, betrayals of trust, long-forgotten secrets, minor sins magnified to grotesque proportions, yet the rhythm of it, the cadence of shame, was hypnotic. And always, somewhere beneath the words, a subtle, almost imperceptible scratching, like nails tracing a pattern I couldn't see, echoing in corners, in walls, beneath the floor. My apartment felt less like a sanctuary and more like a vessel, resonating with every whispered sin. I could feel the vibration under my skin, low, persistent, insistent. It was as though the radio had become an extension of me, a second nervous system attuned to shame, guilt, and fear. It was impossible to tell where I ended and the confessions began. One voice, tremulous, began recounting an encounter at a coffee shop, the description so vivid, so precise, that I realized, with growing terror, that the speaker was describing my own hands, my own gestures, the tilt of my head as I had stood there years ago. Every word, every pause, every inflection seemed tuned to my memory, replaying moments I had long thought buried. My skin prickled. I pressed my palms to my face, attempting to shut it all out, but the sound penetrated every barrier. I tried leaving the apartment. I walked through streets slick with rain, the neon lights refracting into puddles like fractured memories. Yet even in the city's noise, I could hear the faintest echoes of the confessions, layered over the hum of traffic, the hiss of the subway, the distant wail of sirens. My name, whispered softly, threaded through the voices, Corinne. Corinne Vale. Every street corner became a mouth, every shadow a set of eyes. I could not escape. It was everywhere, and nowhere. I returned home, exhausted, trembling, and found the radio waiting for me, the dial glowing with that soft green light that promised secrets, that promised understanding. Ezra's voice emerged from the static like a current in the dark water. "Tonight, we have a special confession," he said, silky and calm, "and it is close to home." My stomach tightened. My pulse thundered in my ears. I reached for the recorder I had placed beside the radio. Perhaps if I captured it, contained it, I could make sense of it. But even as I pressed record, I realized there was no capturing it. The voice slipped between the gaps of reality, between the seconds of recording, lingering in the air, in the shadows, and most terrifyingly, in my own mind. The caller began. Her voice was faint, hesitant, almost trembling with fear. She spoke of a moment in a park, of a fleeting kindness turned cruel, of a whispered insult carried on the wind. The details were precise, so precise that I felt my own actions reflected in her words. I had been there. I had done this. Or had someone else done it, and the voice had found its way to me. I could not distinguish between the memory and the confession, between my guilt and her voice. My chest constricted. My knees shook. My hands hovered over the recorder, unable to stop the spinning spiral of recognition. Ezra Lane, as always, was there to guide, to soothe, to dissect. "We all have moments we wish we could forget," he said, and I felt him tracing the pattern of my life with invisible fingers, laying bare my private failings, whispering their names back to me. The voice of the caller grew more insistent, more urgent, and I realized with a jolt that the confession was now addressing me directly, the words bending toward my reality, wrapping around me like a net. My apartment felt smaller, tighter, as if the walls themselves were closing in to hear the truth. I began to notice other sounds. Faint, almost imperceptible, a low scratching, wet and deliberate, emerging from beneath the furniture, the walls, from inside the very air. It mimicked the rhythm of the confessions, rising and falling in time with the cadence of guilt. I crouched on the floor, pressing my ear to the wood, and heard myself. Not my words as I knew them, but a warped, distorted version, bending and twisting around some unknown axis of reality. My name whispered again, and I realized with horror that it was me, reflected back from the radio through a medium I could not understand, a confession I had never spoken aloud yet had somehow been captured. Sleep had become meaningless. Days bled into nights, and nights into days. I moved through the apartment as if underwater, every step a struggle, every breath laden with the echoes of confession. My mirrors became instruments of dread. I would catch glimpses of my own face twisted in horror, lips forming words I had not yet spoken, eyes wide with recognition of sins long forgotten. And Ezra Lane's voice, calm, eternal, threaded through every sound, anchoring the chaos, teasing, coaxing, and finally demanding. I attempted to record everything, to maintain some tether to reality, but the tapes became indecipherable. Hours of hiss, static, murmurs, faint jazz, my own distorted voice entangled with others I did not recognize. Replaying them offered no clarity, only a deepening sense of unease, a knowledge that the confessions had begun to write themselves around me. I could not determine which sins were mine and which were borrowed, which voices belonged to others and which to me. The lines blurred. The confessions had become a labyrinth with no exit, and I wandered it endlessly, guided by Ezra Lane's constant, gentle murmur. One night, or perhaps the same night that had been uncountable nights before, I heard it, a confession directly naming me, describing a memory that could only belong to me, yet I had never shared it. The voice described the moment in vivid detail, the weight of my hand on a stranger's shoulder, the lie I told in passing, the embarrassment, the fleeting shame. My heart stopped. I pressed my palms over my ears, yet the sound penetrated. The radio was off. The recorder was not running. And yet the voice, unmistakable, unmistakably mine, reverberated in the room. Ezra Lane's laughter, soft, calm, intimate, filled the space. It wasn't mockery, it was recognition. He had found me, not just through the airwaves, not just through static and confession, but through me, through my life, my memories, my secrets. I was ensnared, a participant in a ritual I did not understand, yet could not escape. The whispers of my own voice continued, layering over the radio static, over the jazz, over the trembling of my own pulse. Corinne Vale, my name again, whispered with familiarity, as though the apartment itself remembered, as though Ezra Lane's voice had seeped into the walls, the floor, the very molecules of air. I was no longer a listener. I was an object of observation, a target of confession, and a source of it as well. Every word I thought, every secret I had buried, every fleeting, guilty thought resonated outward, transformed into the next caller's confession, as if the radio were a vessel collecting my sins, storing them, and returning them to me warped and amplified. And yet, I could not stop listening. I could not turn the dial. My hands shook as I reached toward the radio, and the whisper of static and voice grew louder, closer, wrapping around my chest like a suffocating cloak. I understood then, in the slow, creeping way of those moments when fear seeps into the marrow, that I had become part of Ezra Lane's network of confessions. The callers, the whispers, the jazz, the static, they were all mirrors, and I was the reflection that could not escape. My guilt, my secrets, my very being had been folded into the program, woven into the broadcast in a way I could neither comprehend nor undo. And all the while, Ezra Lane's voice remained, soft, coaxing, intimate, whispering, "Corinne, it is easier to share in darkness." I tried to leave, once more, abandoning the radio, fleeing the apartment, fleeing the city. But wherever I went, the whispers followed, my name trailing behind me, every corner of the street echoing the confessions I could no longer distinguish from memory. Every night I returned, drawn inexorably back, knowing that I could not resist, that I could not escape the ritual that had begun. And I realized with finality, the confessions were not merely stories, they were a trap, a cycle into which I had stepped and from which there was no exit. I pressed my ear to the speaker one last time that night, or was it the same night I had pressed it countless times before, and heard my own voice once again, distorted, mingling with others, whispering secrets I had never spoken, recounting sins I had never committed. Ezra Lane's soft, eternal murmur threaded through it all. He did not need to speak my name, the air itself knew it. The confessions were complete. I was complete. And yet, terror and fascination remained, fused into a single pulse, a rhythm from which I could not turn away. The apartment had grown colder, though I could not tell if it was a chill in the air or one deep in my bones. Nights bled seamlessly into one another, and time itself had become an abstraction, measured only by the faint, persistent hum of the radio that sat on my dresser, glowing dimly in the half-light. I had stopped trying to sleep. My dreams were filled with fragments of confessions, half-formed voices whispering into my ears, merging with my memories until I could no longer distinguish one from the other. The scratches and soft rustlings I had once thought incidental were now deliberate in their rhythm, matching the cadence of Ezra Lane's voice as if the apartment itself had learned to breathe in time with the confessions. It began subtly, as all things insidious do. The jazz underpinning the nightly program was familiar, soft, warm, almost comforting, but there was a distortion beneath it now, a tremor like a spider crawling just beyond my vision. The music seemed to pulse in response to my heartbeat, and I could feel the vibrations in the soles of my feet, in the hollow of my chest. I had started carrying a notebook, writing down the voices I heard, attempting to catalog them, to find patterns, to impose some semblance of order. But each line I wrote seemed to warp almost immediately after, the words on the page bending, rearranging themselves into confessions I did not recognize. One evening, or what I would later realize was the same evening repeated countless times, I was hunched over the notebook, listening as Ezra Lane's voice came through the speakers, soft and measured. "Tonight's confession is unlike any before," he said, a silky timbre that crawled under my skin. "It is close to home, closer than any of you might imagine." My pulse quickened. I could feel the edges of my vision blur, as though the very air in the room had thickened, heavy with anticipation. The voice of the anonymous caller followed, faint at first, trembling, recounting an event from a park bench where a stranger had been observed, a secret silently born and then acted upon. The details were familiar to me, intimate to a degree that made my stomach twist. I realized, with a cold sinking certainty, that the voice was describing my own hands, my own gestures, my own hesitation. I had been there, though I did not remember consciously. I tried to argue with myself, to tell myself it was coincidence, or that someone else had mirrored my actions, yet the confidence of the narration, the pinpoint accuracy, was undeniable. My fingers dug into the edge of the notebook until the paper crumpled beneath them. I could feel the pulse of my own blood, a drumbeat syncing with the rhythm of the voice. I could not escape it. Then came the scratching. Not outside, not from the radiator or the floorboards, but inside my skull, a faint, wet rasping sound that rose and fell, matching the intonation of the confessions. It was as if my brain itself were vibrating with the narrative, my neurons conducting the guilt, the shame, the secrets of others through my own body. I tried to block it, pressing my palms over my ears, shutting my eyes, muttering nonsense to myself, but the sound infiltrated every barrier. It whispered my own name, softly, intimately, Corinne. Corinne, and I could feel it crawling beneath my skin, a tiny thing, persistent and relentless. In that moment, I understood something I had not yet grasped fully. Ezra Lane was not merely reading confessions. He was orchestrating them, shaping them, and he had shaped them to find me. Every caller, every whispered guilt, every secret described, had been subtly redirected toward my life, toward my actions, my thoughts, my regrets. The network of confessions was alive, and I was both prey and participant, an unwilling actor in a play that had no stage, a story with no conclusion. The boundaries between my reality and the program dissolved further as the nights continued. When I left the apartment, I carried the whispers with me. They clung to me in the grocery store, following me down fluorescent-lit aisles, whispering things no one could have known. The cashier's glance seemed loaded with recognition, though I knew it was only in my mind. Streetlights flickered in time with the rhythm of the jazz on the radio, and the wind carried faint fragments of confessions over the pavement, tangling with the hum of my own heartbeat. I was never alone. Back in the apartment, I noticed the distortions growing more physical. The static seemed to thicken, coalescing into shapes, shadows that shifted just beyond the periphery of vision. The jazz stuttered, the needle-like hiss of the radio bending and stretching. And always, Ezra Lane's voice remained, a calm anchor in the chaos, coaxing, teasing, intimate. "You are listening, Corinne," he murmured one night. "And we are all listening with you." I pressed my hands to my ears, but the sound was inside me now, echoing in my chest, in my stomach, fretting through my bones. I attempted to destroy the radio, smashing it with a heavy book, ripping wires free and tossing them into the sink. The hiss remained, the jazz continued, and the scratching, oh, the scratching, was louder than ever. It felt as if the apartment itself had absorbed Ezra Lane's program, had become a vessel for the confessions, and I, a helpless occupant, was trapped inside the vessel, unable to leave. One night, I am not certain how many nights had passed, I heard the call of my own voice, emerging not from the radio, but from somewhere beneath the floor. It recounted a conversation I had had years before, words I had thought forgotten, reshaped, twisted, magnified into a confession I did not recognize. My name was repeated in syllables that were neither human nor entirely alien, each utterance a tendril of sound that slithered into my mind. I realized with a terror that froze me to the marrow that my own self was now a voice in the program, inseparable from the voices of others. I had become the confession itself, the subject and object intertwined. And then, Ezra Lane spoke my name aloud, as though he could reach through the walls of reality itself. "Corinne Vale," he said, and the room shivered. The scratching intensified, wet and deliberate, weaving a tapestry of sound that was both unbearable and mesmerizing. I could feel it pressing against my skin, curling into my hair, winding around my chest, squeezing. The voices of anonymous callers blended with fragments of my own past until I could no longer distinguish where I ended and the confessions began. I attempted to flee again, packing a small bag and stepping out into the night. The city was a blur of wet asphalt and reflected light, the distant hum of cars and sirens reduced to a background against which I could hear the program, faint but persistent, like a heartbeat just beyond perception. Every corner, every shadow, every distant pedestrian seemed to participate in the broadcast, repeating phrases I did not recall saying, recounting moments I had tried to forget. Exhausted and broken, I returned to my apartment, knowing it was inevitable. The whispers followed me in, settling into the walls, the floorboards, and my very lungs. Ezra Lane's voice greeted me, gentle and intimate, as though he had been waiting, knowing I would return. "Corinne," he said. "There is nothing to fear. Only to listen, only to remember." I sank into the armchair before the radio, cradling it in my hands, the dial glowing faintly green in the dark. I realized I had surrendered completely. I was part of the network, the web of confessions, woven into its fabric as both observer and observed. In the still moments between voices, I began to perceive patterns, subtle, almost imperceptible, yet undeniably there. The confessions were forming a lattice, a structure that bound me, anchored me to this endless night. The voices of strangers intertwined with my own, forming loops, spirals, and echoes that carried my guilt into the air, through the walls, and back into the program. There was no end, no escape, only the infinite repetition of sound, of voice, of recognition. And then, one final, delicate whisper, my name, drawn out slowly, intimately, wrapped around the air like smoke. I understood fully, the confessions had claimed me. I was the next story, the next voice to haunt the airwaves, and I would not rest until someone else, somewhere, heard me, and listened. The air in the room seemed to thrum with expectation, a pulse that was not mine alone, but collective. The scratching, the distorted jazz, the whispers, all converged into a single, horrifyingly beautiful rhythm. I pressed my ear to the speaker, unable to look away, unable to resist. My heartbeat matched the cadence of the voices, a slow, steady drum of inevitability. Ezra Lane's voice, always calm, always gentle, always intimate, wrapped itself around me and the room, a presence simultaneously protective and suffocating. I was no longer Corinne Vale, merely a listener, or even merely a human being. I was a vessel, a channel, a node in a network of guilt and memory, a participant in a cycle that would never end. The whispers, the jazz, the confessions, they were me, I was them, and together we spun into infinity, into the endless, hypnotic broadcast that claimed my nights, my days, my mind, and my soul. I pressed record on the new recorder I had found, not to capture the voices, but to preserve the sensation, the impossibility, the slow, delicious terror of it. And Ezra Lane spoke, soft as silk, almost tender, "Remember, Corinne. We all are listening. And soon, you will not only remember. You will become the voice." The static rose to a crescendo, then faded into a whisper, a lullaby of guilt and memory, of fear and fascination. I closed my eyes. I listened. I was lost. I had begun to sense, in the cold hours just before dawn, that resistance was futile. My apartment had become a vessel not just for sound, but for presence, a presence that was older, wiser, and infinitely patient. Ezra Lane was not simply a broadcaster, he was an architect of consciousness, a manipulator of perception. He had mapped the lines of my life as though he were tracing the veins in a leaf, each moment of guilt, hesitation, and curiosity feeding into the network of his program. By now, I could no longer distinguish the edges of reality from the broadcast. The hiss of the radio, the slow scrape of fingernails in the background, the distorted jazz, all were inseparable from my breathing, my heartbeat, my very thoughts. I tried leaving again. I packed a bag, forced myself to step out into the cool night, into the streets slick with rain. Each step I took, I realized with a sinking heart, was anticipated, mirrored in the confessions that now threaded themselves through my own memories. The voices whispered, soft as moss over stone, repeating actions I had taken, thoughts I had thought private. A man waiting at a crosswalk seemed to repeat the cadence of a confession from 2 nights prior, his body twisting subtly as if responding to a rhythm only I could hear. I could hear my own name softly licked out of the darkness, Corinne. Corinne. When I returned to my apartment, exhausted, shaking, it was no longer simply the radio that spoke. The walls themselves had begun to breathe, vibrating with faint pulses of static and voice. I pressed my ear to the wall, and for the first time, I heard my own voice, distorted, replaying my private thoughts, my unspoken doubts, my half-formed fears. Each word seemed to stretch and coil in the air, forming loops that returned to me before I could even comprehend them. I staggered back, hands trembling, as the faint outline of sound seemed to hover in the corners of the room, visible yet intangible, like smoke caught in the corner of the light. Ezra Lane's voice came through the radio with more clarity than ever, smooth, intimate, and commanding. "Corinne, you have listened long enough. Now you will speak, and the world will listen with you." My skin prickled. My thoughts were not my own. I realized, with horror, that I had been speaking into the network for weeks, whispering fragments of memory, guilt, and fear that Ezra Lane had captured, cataloged, and folded back into the program. My confessions had become part of the infrastructure, I had been participating without knowing it, and now, I had no choice. I sank into the armchair, my body numb, my mind alive with anticipation and terror. The scratching intensified, wet, deliberate, wrapping itself around the edges of my hearing. I could feel the vibrations in my teeth, in my skull, and in my chest, each pulse synchronized with the distorted jazz undercurrent. It was no longer music, it was a river of sensation, pulling me downstream into a space where individual identity mattered less than the act of listening, of being listened to. I attempted to speak into the radio, to protest, to resist, but my voice came out halting and strange, as though filtered through a thick fog. Yet the program responded immediately, coaxing me, guiding me, twisting my words into a confession I had never intended to make. Every detail of my private life, the moments I had tried to hide even from myself, were now broadcast into a tapestry of sound and guilt, and I felt a peculiar, terrifying intimacy with the countless voices Ezra Lane had collected over time. I was both audience and performer, trapped in an endless loop. Sleep became impossible. I drifted into a fugue state, aware only of the rhythm of the whispers, the soft scratching, the undulating static. My hands twitched in time with the cadence of the confessions. When I closed my eyes, I could see them, waves of words, translucent and moving, wrapping around one another, intersecting, spiraling into infinite depth. I reached out, trying to grasp one, and it recoiled as if alive, slipping between my fingers and attaching itself to my ears, my throat, my chest. Then came the recording, a new layer, subtle at first, almost indistinguishable from the other voices. It was me, speaking softly into a microphone, recounting a small, private moment, a moment of thoughtless cruelty I had believed was long buried. The realization crashed through me with the force of ice water. I had been recorded. I had become the confession. My own voice, warped and intimate, merged seamlessly with Ezra Lane's narration, indistinguishable from the voices of strangers. I pressed my hands to the radio, shaking it violently, willing to silence it, willing to destroy it, willing to rip the voices from the room. The static became deafening, the scratching wetter, almost alive. I felt it crawling over my skin, curling into my hair, fretting itself into my very breath. The walls began to vibrate in rhythm, matching my pulse, echoing my heartbeat, amplifying my terror. I screamed, a long, raw sound that did nothing to halt the broadcast. In fact, it seemed to encourage it, feeding the cycle. Ezra Lane's voice, impossibly calm, filled the room, wrapping around me. There is no escape, Corinne. You have listened. You have spoken. And now, you are part of the network. You are the next confession. Others will hear you, and in hearing, they will remember. And in remembering, they will become like us. I realized then that the network was infinite, a living organism constructed entirely of sound, memory, and guilt. I was a node, one among countless, yet central, my own confessions now permanently enmeshed in its structure. I tried to leave, to run, but the city outside had changed. Streets curled back on themselves, reflections in puddles revealed things I did not recognize as real. Voices from my apartment followed me, whispering my name, recounting actions I had forgotten, merging with the echoes of past confessions, of distant strangers, of myself. It was everywhere, and nowhere. I could not escape. In the final hours before dawn, I returned to the apartment, knowing the inevitability. The radio sat quietly, glowing faintly, almost expectantly. I sank into the armchair, exhausted, trembling, knowing it would claim me completely. I placed the microphone in front of me, not to speak, but to allow the voices to enter fully, to complete the cycle. And so I whispered. Softly at first, then with increasing clarity, recounting memories, thoughts, fears, guilt, and shame. Each word was folded back into the static, each sentence absorbed by the network, each confession entwined with the countless others. The scratching, the distorted jazz, the hiss, all merged into a single, continuous soundscape of terror and fascination. I could feel my consciousness dissolving into it, becoming pure sound, pure confession, pure being within the network. And then, I heard it clearly, my own voice, perfectly preserved, now narrating the whispers of strangers, the stories of the lost, the confessions of the next listener, waiting to become part of the cycle. The understanding was complete. I was no longer merely Corinne Vale, I was a conduit. I was the airwaves. I was both lost and immortal, a part of the program forever, intertwined with Ezra Lane and the infinite lattice of confessions. I pressed record one final time, not out of hope or fear, but to document my own dissolution, the merging of self with sound, with memory, with guilt. The scratching slowed to a deliberate, almost tender rhythm. The hiss became a lullaby. The distorted jazz, once a backdrop, now seemed to pulse with life, breathing alongside me, inside me. Ezra Lane's voice, soft as a lover, a teacher, a specter, whispered, "And now, Corinne, you are the story. You are the confession. You are the listener and the heard. And forever, we listen together." I closed my eyes, letting the sound consume me entirely. The network enfolded me, the whispers braided themselves into my consciousness, and I understood, I had ceased to be simply human. I was now an infinite echo, part of the eternal midnight broadcast, both terrifying and beautiful, haunting and mesmerizing, a lullaby that would never end. The static, the jazz, the scratching, the whispers, they all became one. And in that one, there was only listening, only confessing, only being. I was lost. I was found. I was the voice. The sins of the stillborn. I had always believed that the hospital was a sanctuary. Its cold, white corridors promised order, safety, and the solemn rhythm of life maintained through care and vigilance. In the beginning, it was the subtle noises that caught my attention, the soft scrape of shoes on worn tiles, the faint hiss of radiators, the almost imperceptible thrum of machines monitoring patients I could never see. Nights were the most revealing. While the city outside throbbed with distant traffic, the hospital slumbered in a hushed reverence, the kind that allowed secrets to breathe. That night, like so many before, I walked the hallways alone, my hand trailing along the railing, my fingers brushing against chipped paint and polished wood. And somewhere, beyond the walls, beyond the closed doors, a sound drifted toward me, a baby's cry. It was faint at first, a murmur swallowed by the emptiness of the ward, like a memory of a sound I had never known but instinctively recognized. I paused, my breath shallow, my pulse quickening. The cry was interrupted by a soft metallic creak, a door swinging open somewhere deep in the hospital. I felt the cold of the tiles through my slippers, smelled the antiseptic mingled with the faint, underlying scent of iron. I moved cautiously, curiosity tangled with unease. The sound vanished, leaving only silence so absolute it pressed against my eardrums. By morning, I convinced myself I had imagined it. Hospitals play tricks on you when you wander alone in the night. The whispers of walls and pipes, the echoes bouncing off polished floors, the very hum of electricity can shape fear into something familiar. But the diary I kept, the one where I catalogued anomalies, told a different story. Patterns emerged, whispered footsteps when no one should have been walking, muffled sobs leaking from the morgue's icy doors, shadows shifting just beyond the glow of fluorescent lights. The hospital was alive in ways I hadn't understood, and I had begun to realize that life and death here were more intertwined than anyone dared to acknowledge. It started with Dr. Radcliffe. He was known for his brilliance, his precision, the almost ceremonial care with which he handled patients and instruments alike. I admired him, secretly, for the way he moved in the hospital, like a man in perfect rhythm with its heartbeat. But late one evening, as I traced the outer corridors checking on a supply closet, I heard him muttering in a way that seemed unnatural. His voice shifted, fluctuating in pitch, almost childlike, as though the words were being forced through some mechanism that distorted intention. I pressed my back against the wall, listening, heart hammering. The words were indecipherable, yet tinged with a menace I could not name. Behind him, I caught a flicker of movement, a shadow darting into a room that should have been locked. I began documenting everything. The murmurs, the cries, the metallic groans of the building itself. Nights became rituals of vigilance. Each evening, I roamed the corridors, not only to check on the hospital's wards but to verify the truths that had started to crystallize in my mind. Children's laughter, or was it crying, echoed through empty hallways. I traced the source to rooms abandoned for decades, sealed by boards and locks that should have rendered them inaccessible. And yet, the sound seeped out as if the walls themselves exhaled secrets. It was in the laboratory wing that the most profound horror first revealed itself. Late at night, I had often peeked through the glass windows at Dr. Radcliffe and his colleagues. I had admired their meticulous work, their surgical precision. But one evening, I lingered too long. Through the frosted glass, I saw them placing tiny, pale forms into shallow containers, their movements almost reverent. I could not comprehend at first, these were not alive. Not in the sense of breath or sound. And yet, when one of the doctors stirred, I swear I heard a soft whimper, muffled by distance but unmistakably human. My fingers froze on the pen I had brought, my chest tight with disbelief. I tried to rationalize it, medical mannequins, experimental dummies, some bizarre teaching exercise. But the feeling in the air, electric, charged with something wrong, refused comfort. The next night, I returned, driven by a compulsion I could neither resist nor fully understand. I hid near the lab, in the shadows, and watched. This time, I saw vials of crimson liquid being drawn from the containers. I caught glimpses of Dr. Radcliffe and his colleagues administering it to themselves. A curious observer might have noted that nothing appeared outwardly amiss. But I noticed the tremors, the slight twitching, the sudden change in their expressions. Their voices, when they spoke, fluctuated into high, childlike pitches, leaving me nauseated, terrified, and fascinated all at once. The sound haunted me long after I had fled, twisting through my dreams in a loop of squeals and laughter mingled with grief and rage. The hospital seemed to anticipate my presence. Doors that should have been locked opened when I approached, lights flickered as I passed beneath them, the subtle scent of antiseptic was pierced by the coppery tang of blood, even when no procedures were occurring. I began to see it everywhere, the quiet cries in empty corridors, the movement in the corner of my vision, shadows that did not belong to any human figure. The more I tried to ignore it, the more insistent it became, until I could no longer differentiate between reality and the hallucinations born of exhaustion and terror. I started keeping a second diary, a personal log of my emotions, thoughts, and encounters. Every entry began with a description of sound, the distant scratching of metal against tile, the soft scuttling of tiny feet in ventilation shafts, the whisper of fabric across the floors as I hurried past rooms that seemed alive. I noted the sensations, the way the cold walls seemed to pulse against my palms, the weight of unseen eyes pressing into my back, the chill in the air that made my breath visible even in the summer heat. Every entry, a record of creeping dread, of a reality twisting under the weight of unseen horrors. Then came the night I heard the laughter. Not playful, not innocent, this was a distorted, choked sound that seemed to bubble up from nowhere yet everywhere at once. It was followed by whispers, soft and urgent, overlapping in multiple voices. They spoke in riddles, half-formed sentences about sins, about debts unpaid, about children never born and yet somehow present. I pressed my hands to my ears, but the sound seeped through, gnawing at the edges of thought. I realized with cold clarity that this hospital, these doctors, and their unspeakable work had created a network of horrors. It was alive in its own way, feeding on the guilty, the curious, the compassionate, and I was caught in its orbit. Sleep became impossible. I lay in my small apartment above the hospital, listening as the distant, distorted cries and laughter wound their way into my dreams. Each night, the volume increased, the sounds becoming more articulate, more pointed. I started recognizing patterns, the squeal of a vial breaking, the soft gasp of a doctor tasting the serum, the tiny voice of the unborn, echoing vengeance. The very air seemed charged with anticipation, awaiting, a hunger that was not mine but somehow knew me intimately. I knew I had to document everything. My hands shook as I wrote, spilling ink onto pages that soon smelled faintly of antiseptic. I recorded not just what I heard, but what I felt, the tremor of my own hands when a shadow moved across the hall, the tightening in my chest as if unseen fingers squeezed my ribs, the metallic taste in my mouth when I realized the cries were calling for me, for acknowledgement, for recognition. The hospital had become a trap, a prison where the sins of the living and the dead collided in a chorus of suffering. I cannot tell you why I returned again and again. Perhaps it was obsession, perhaps a need to witness, perhaps something darker that I did not yet understand. The night air was thick with fog, the moon casting ghostly patterns across the hospital's facade. I crept through halls that had become familiar yet alien, the sound of my own footsteps drowned beneath whispers and the occasional high-pitched cry. I caught glimpses of movement in the laboratory wing, shadows sliding across tiles slick with something I dared not name. The smell of iron was heavy, suffocating, and I felt my stomach churn with nausea and fear. And then, in the quiet of a room long abandoned, I heard a whisper that chilled me more than any scream. You see. You know. You cannot leave. It was close, almost in my ear, yet I saw no one. I felt a weight upon me, unseen hands pressing, cold and insistent, as though the very hospital had recognized me as part of its ongoing ritual. And I knew, finally, that the horrors I had glimpsed were only beginning. The cries would not stop. The whispers would not cease. And I, Eleanor, a nurse who once believed in the sanctity of life, was now a witness, a recorder, and perhaps a participant in a legacy of sins that would echo long after I was gone. The hospital never truly slept, though the city beyond its walls slumbered in ordinary darkness. Nights were a different kind of day here, measured not by hours or minutes, but by the subtle rhythms of life and death, the sighs of rooms that were never empty, the soft creak of hinges that opened when no one was near. That night, as I walked the hallways with my flashlight barely piercing the gloom, I became aware of the hum of the building itself. Pipes rattled, air ducts groaned like distant thunder, and somewhere far below me, the faint hiss of refrigeration whispered secrets. I felt it before I heard it, the presence of the other, the lingering echo of what should have been lost. The sound came first as a faint whimper, almost imperceptible against the hum of fluorescent lights. I froze, listening. It was a child's voice, unmistakably, yet distorted as if caught through a veil of water and glass. The sound seemed to come from everywhere at once, behind the walls, through the vents, beneath the floor. I pressed my ear to the cold metal of a door, but it vanished, leaving only the distant, metallic whisper of the hospital's heartbeat. My chest tightened. My pulse thundered in my ears. I knew then that this was not imagination. The building itself was alive in ways I could not yet name, alive with memories I was only beginning to grasp. I began documenting everything. Each sound, each shadow, each tiny anomaly became a line in my diary, a record against disbelief. Footsteps that could not belong to any living person echoed through empty corridors. Doors swung open, only to close again without wind or hand. And then there were the cries, soft, muffled, almost pleading. They came from rooms that were sealed, locked for decades, places that should have remained forever silent. Yet they spoke, and the language was pain. It was demand. It was accusation. I started visiting the laboratory wing more frequently, though I told no one. At first, I convinced myself it was curiosity, scientific inquiry, the kind that had once drawn me to nursing. But curiosity had a darker twin, dread. The first night I truly lingered, hiding in the shadow of a doorway, I saw Dr. Radcliffe and his colleagues in a sequence of movements that defied reason. Tiny forms, pale and still, were lifted carefully from trays and placed into shallow containers, the air humming with their invisible weight. There was no life in the conventional sense, no breath, no heartbeat that I could detect. And yet, when the smallest form was shifted, I thought I heard a soft whimper, like the building itself exhaled grief. I stumbled back into the hallway, pressing my back against the wall, my heart hammering, my mind racing with the impossibility of what I had witnessed. Could I be imagining it? The nights were long and my imagination fertile, haunted as it had become by the hospital's whispering architecture. But then I heard it again, unmistakable, the faint, tortured cry of a child, followed by the metallic scent of antiseptic and the tang of iron. I realized with an icy certainty that what I was seeing, what I was hearing, was very real. The hospital, once a temple of care, was a vault of horrors hidden in plain sight. The serum. The vials of crimson liquid, carefully measured, siphoned into syringes, administered to the doctors themselves. I had seen the tremors, the convulsions, the subtle distortions in their features. Now I began to hear the auditory consequences. Voices fluctuated unnaturally, sliding from deep baritones to high-pitched cries within seconds, as though the very essence of adulthood was being warped by the stolen vitality of the dead. I could hear it in the hallway outside the lab, the low, guttural pitch of a doctor's voice suddenly breaking into the shrill, fragile tone of a child. My stomach turned. My hands shook as I clutched the railing, as though a physical grip might anchor me against this creeping insanity. I began noticing subtler things, the faint scratches in the tiles, the soft thuds that accompanied known footsteps, the quiet scuttling beneath floorboards. There were patterns in the sounds, rhythms that seemed deliberate, repeated, almost sentient. I could hear the whisper of fabric, the shuffle of slippers across linoleum, the barely audible sighs that rose from vents and sinks and even the walls themselves. I began to believe that the building was not only aware of me but responding, testing the limits of my attention and my courage. Sleep became a distant memory. Each night, I lay in my small apartment above the hospital, listening as the cries, muffled whispers, and strange laughter slithered through my dreams. I heard the faintest brush of movement in corners, the soft click of glass as if vials were being handled in rooms I could not enter. I became hyper-aware of every sound, the distant hum of a night lamp, the tap of a radiator valve, the creak of my own furniture. Everything was amplified, imbued with a sinister resonance. The cries were no longer distant, they were near, urgent, calling my name, accusing, demanding recognition. One night, I heard a whisper unlike any before, "You cannot leave." It was intimate, almost tender in its cruelty, and it came from no direction I could discern. I pressed my hands over my ears, but the sound permeated, embedding itself in my bones, vibrating through the marrow, speaking in the language of inevitability. My breath came in short, shallow gasps. I stumbled to the door, swung it open, and found the hallway empty, the fluorescent lights flickering in lazy pulses as if breathing. The air smelled of iron and antiseptic, layered with something I could not identify, a sweetness that made my stomach churn. I started carrying my diary with me at all times, writing obsessively, recording every nuance, the precise pitch of a cry, the metallic echo of footsteps on linoleum, the faintest rustle of movement outside my vision. Every sound was a thread I tried to grasp, to understand, to prevent the unraveling of my sanity. I could feel the weight of the unborn, the stillborn, pressing against the periphery of reality, demanding to be acknowledged, demanding justice or vengeance or merely recognition. I could hear the tension in the air tighten with each recorded entry, as if the building itself were reading my words, testing my fidelity to the truth. I began hearing them clearly now, not imagined, not half-formed, not the trick of fatigue. They were in rooms long abandoned, their voices layered, overlapping in a chorus of suffering. Whispers of names, half-formed pleas, questions that could not be answered. They spoke of crimes committed and crimes avoided, of lives never allowed, of deaths hastened, and of innocence betrayed. And amidst it all, the laughter returned. Not joyful, not playful, but jagged and broken, rising and falling in unpredictable rhythms, echoing off walls, reverberating in my chest, leaving me hollowed and trembling. My sense of time eroded. Nights stretched into days, and I could no longer distinguish one from the other. The sounds became relentless, urgent, impossible to ignore. I wandered through halls that seemed to shift and lengthen, doors opening into rooms that should not exist, laboratories and corridors appearing where none should be. Shadows moved with purpose, darting just beyond sight, and yet, when I turned to follow, vanished, leaving only the cold antiseptic air and the faint metallic tang that had become a constant companion. The hospital was alive. It had memories, instincts, a rhythm not measured in hours but in the echo of the living and the dead. And I, Eleanor, was caught in its orbit. Every step I took, every breath I drew, seemed to provoke it further. I realized with a sinking dread that my presence mattered, that I had become more than an observer. The cries were no longer merely distant echoes, they were responses to me, to my attention, to my acknowledgement. I did not know how long I lingered that night, recording, listening, documenting. Hours, perhaps days, the rhythm of my heartbeat synchronized with the faint, terrifying pulse of the building itself. Every scribble in my diary felt like a spell, every note a recognition of horror. And when I finally dared to rest, I did not sleep. My mind replayed every sound, every whisper, every distorted voice, layering them in impossible harmonics, leaving me exhausted and wide-eyed, haunted and half-mad. By the end of part 2, the hospital was no longer a sanctuary, a place of life preserved. It was a labyrinth of sound, shadow, and memory. I understood with unbearable clarity that the sins of the stillborn were not confined to the past. They were present, woven into the fabric of the building, a constant, unrelenting reminder that justice, vengeance, or perhaps something more primal, lingered in the echoes, waiting for acknowledgement. And I, Eleanor, was both witness and participant, trapped in a narrative that had begun long before I arrived and would continue long after I was gone. The hospital had grown bolder. Where once its whispers had been faint, tentative, now they pressed against me with an insistent, undeniable presence. Every corridor, every tile, every faint gleam of metal in the dim light seemed to hum with life, or perhaps with memory. I no longer believed in chance. The patterns were too precise, too deliberate, too cruelly meticulous to be dismissed as fatigue or imagination. Every night, as I made my rounds, I could feel it noticing me, studying me, adapting to my steps. It began that evening with the laughter, a single, sharp chime of sound that bounced through the hallways, irregular, staccato, as if someone had thrown a handful of glass marbles onto cold linoleum. I froze in place, ears straining. Then came the faintest of whimpers, layered beneath it, nearly drowned out by the laughter yet resolute, insistent. It was as if the building had learned to speak in multiple registers simultaneously, to confuse, to provoke, to draw me in. I followed the sounds cautiously, flashlight in hand, illuminating streaks of dust suspended in the sterile air, until I reached a door I had never noticed before, a narrow, steel-framed portal with a rusted handle. I hesitated. My hand hovered inches from the cold metal, and for a moment, I considered retreating. But curiosity, that insidious twin of dread, urged me forward. I twisted the handle slowly, and the door groaned on its hinges, protesting my intrusion. Inside was a storage room, long forgotten, filled with rows of cabinets that smelled of old antiseptic and decay. The laughter and the cries converged here, vibrating through the floor beneath me, and I could feel the subtle tremor under my shoes. The air was thick, oppressive, almost tangible, as though the room itself were breathing around me. Then I heard it, a faint scratching, a staccato rhythm that made my stomach churn. It was beneath the floor, coming from the shadows where the linoleum met the wall. I knelt, pressing my ear to the cold surface, and the sound intensified, a rapid, desperate scratching, like tiny hands clawing at something unseen. My pulse surged. The hairs on my arms stood on end. It was a sound I had first dismissed as rodents or settling pipes, but now there was intent in it, purpose. There was life, or the semblance of it, in the gesture. And in that realization, I felt an instinctive recoil. I was not alone, and whatever it was had been waiting for me. I backed out, only to hear the laughter shift pitch, higher now, more sinister. It seemed to echo off every surface, defying the architecture, moving faster than any person could. And beneath it, the cries, soft, human, fragile, layered themselves into chords, distorted yet unmistakably real. I stumbled into the hallway, clutching the railing, my breath coming in shallow, rapid bursts. I needed distance, but the corridor seemed to stretch and twist, elongating unnaturally. The fluorescent lights flickered above me, their buzzing creating a metallic undercurrent to the laughter, as if mocking my fear. I decided to retreat to my apartment, clutching my diary as though its pages could shield me. But the building did not permit such simple retreat. As I navigated the stairwell, I noticed faint footprints on the concrete, small, almost childlike, trailing beside me and then vanishing into the air. I turned to look, but the stairwell was empty, echoing only with my own ragged breathing. The walls themselves seemed to pulse, subtly, almost imperceptibly, as if aware of my observation. The scratching returned, soft now, like fingernails tracing wood grain, leading me downward, beckoning me. Sleep remained impossible. That night, in my apartment above the hospital, the cries were nearer, more intimate. I could hear the subtle rasp of breath, the tiny shifts of weight on floors unseen, the scratch of fingernails on walls, the muted shuffle of fabric. I covered my ears, tried to block the sounds, yet they penetrated every corner of my mind, embedding themselves in my thoughts. I imagined shadows moving across my ceiling, small, delicate, grasping, watching me. My reflection in the darkened window showed wide eyes, pale and unsteady, and I saw in them the reflection of the children I had failed to save, the ones whose lives had been stolen by the hubris of adults. The next morning, I returned to the laboratory wing, determined to observe, to document, to understand. My hands shook as I took notes in the dim light, pen scratching across pages in frantic loops. The vials of crimson serum glimmered under the flickering fluorescent bulbs, innocuous in appearance, yet I knew what they contained, life stolen and repurposed, distilled into bottles and syringes, a vile alchemy of mortality. I watched as Dr. Radcliffe injected himself, eyes widening, hands clenching, voice breaking into unnatural octaves as the serum coursed through him. The cries outside intensified, responding to the experiment, layering themselves into a twisted symphony of fear, accusation, and laughter. I tried to speak with him, to reason, to appeal to whatever humanity remained, but my words faltered. The soundscape was overwhelming, the laughter rising, the cries undulating, the metallic resonance of footfalls behind locked doors. He did not hear me, or perhaps he could not. The doctors moved with the precision of those who had rehearsed sins so many times it had become instinct, yet every motion was accompanied by subtle, auditory dissonance, shifts in pitch, inversions, echoes that could not belong to the physical world. I realized, with mounting horror, that the very building had absorbed the essence of their crimes and was now manifesting it through sound, through rhythm, through resonance. I began experimenting, listening more carefully, recording with the smallest devices I could carry. I placed my recorder near vents, under floors, beside locked doors. The playback was a nightmare, overlapping whispers, distorted cries, laughter bending into speech I could almost recognize as pleading or accusing. In one clip, a child's voice whispered my name, faintly, over and over, and then was overtaken by the metallic laughter of a doctor mid-transformation. The sounds were everywhere, impossible to ignore, impossible to rationalize, yet I could not tear myself away. The building had made me a participant, a witness, and perhaps a target. Days blurred together. The hospital's pulse became mine. I could anticipate the creaks, the flickers, the subtle undulations of sound as though I were moving with the building, inside it. Shadows shifted along the corners of rooms I thought I had memorized, and the scratching under floors persisted, relentless, demanding attention. I could not hide, I could not escape, and the cries, once distant, were now inside my skull, entwined with my own heartbeat. I realized with a cold certainty that the building, the sins, the stillborn, they all recognized me, knew me, and would not relent. I began to hear voices in new ways, layered, multitonal, weaving between the tones of laughter and cries. The children, those stolen, those lost, those never born, spoke through the walls. They spoke in echoes, repetitions, and inversions. Their language was grief and fury, memory and accusation. Sometimes I could catch words, fragments of names, places, actions, sins committed long ago. And always, the laughter, distorted, sharp, impossible to locate, threaded through the chaos like a cruel conductor orchestrating my terror. In one episode, I found myself alone in the central corridor. The walls seemed to close in, the lights flickering in erratic bursts. I heard the most distinct voice yet, a whisper in my ear, urgent and intimate, "You must see them." I turned, but there was no one. Yet the laughter, the cries, the metallic resonance all converged into a singular direction, guiding me, urging me forward. I followed, footsteps tentative, heart hammering, into a room that had never existed on the hospital map, a narrow chamber lined with shelves, each containing jars of crimson serum, tiny forms suspended, faces pale and expressionless, preserved in the most grotesque silence. I backed away, nearly falling, and the sound surged. Laughter became shrill, cries distorted into wailing that seemed to emanate from inside my bones. I clutched my recorder, pressed it to my chest, and the whisper returned, "They know you, Eleanor. They always know." The air itself seemed to vibrate, each note of sound carrying accusation and hunger. I realized then that I was no longer merely an observer, I had become part of the narrative, an essential note in the symphony of horror orchestrated by those who had died unjustly, and those who had exploited them. I stumbled into the hallway, dizzy, ears ringing, and the corridor stretched endlessly, lights flickering like dying fireflies. Shadows darted in my periphery, and the scratching beneath the floor rose to a crescendo, a relentless, urgent tapping, like tiny hands pounding for acknowledgement, for recognition, for vengeance. The cries swelled, laughter collided with them in impossible harmonics, and I felt my very perception bending under the weight of it all. I understood then that the hospital was alive, that it remembered, that it punished. By the time I collapsed against the wall, shivering and exhausted, I had recorded dozens of minutes of chaos, fragments of a nightmare I could barely comprehend. My diary was filled with scrawled observations, desperate notes, and questions with no answers. Sleep remained elusive, yet exhaustion brought no relief, only dreams that mirrored the reality above me, halls that bent impossibly, shadows that moved with intent, laughter and cries intertwined, and the persistent whisper, "You are next. You are part of it now." I realized with a bone-deep chill that Part 3 marked the true awakening of the hospital's presence, the full embodiment of the sins I had only glimpsed before. They were not distant echoes, not abstract guilt, they were alive, responsive, and relentless. And I, Eleanor, had been drawn into the center of their attention, a witness whose senses were weaponized against her own sanity. Each sound, each whisper, each shift of light and shadow was a proof of their awareness, their judgment, their unending demand. The hospital no longer tolerated observation, it required participation. And I, trembling, exhausted, terrified, could not refuse. The hospital had changed. Not outwardly, its walls remained a sterile white, its floors polished and cold, but beneath the surface, everything pulsed with an intent I could no longer ignore. The air was thick with the memory of lives denied, of innocence violated, of grief converted into something tangible and malignant. It was as though the very architecture of the place had absorbed the sorrow, the rage, the final screams of those stolen before their time, and now it whispered, breathed, and watched. I entered the laboratory wing that night, flashlight trembling in my hand, my breath shallow. I had convinced myself I was searching for understanding, for proof that could expose the crimes I had documented. But there was something else, something more urgent, that drew me forward. The whispers had grown insistent, threading through the walls, pooling in the corners. They were no longer distant, they were intimate, circling my ears like wind through hollow pipes. Eleanor, they said, almost tenderly. Do you see? I did see. Or thought I did. Shadows skittered along the edges of the light, too quick for my eyes to track, too purposeful to be random. The laughter from earlier days returned, shrill now, slicing through the silence, followed by wails layered in minor chords. It was a symphony of horror, composed of the tiniest, most precise details of pain and terror. I could no longer tell if I was hearing it or feeling it, if the vibrations were reaching my ears or threading themselves directly into my bones. I approached the main laboratory where the serum vials rested like trophies. Each contained the suspended essence of a life that had never begun. The fluid glimmered under the harsh fluorescent lights, red and iridescent, as though throbbing with its own heartbeat. I reached out with gloved hands, feeling the cold glass, the faint vibration within. And then I heard it, a soft, persistent whisper, like breath against my neck. Do you want to play? I spun around. No one. Just the shadows, stretching impossibly long along the walls. My flashlight flickered, and in that brief darkness, I thought I glimpsed them, small, pale hands pressed against the windows of the cabinets, faces blank, featureless, yet accusing. The lights returned, and the hands were gone. But the sound remained, scratching, tapping, the subtle shuffle of feet that did not exist. I knew then that the hospital was no longer merely a place of observation, it was a trap, a sentient collector of guilt and sin. Each step I took, each breath I drew, was catalogued and responded to. I could feel it testing me, probing the edges of my courage, my sanity. Every jar, every shadow, every whisper was a reflection of the wrongs I had witnessed, and perhaps of the ones I had yet to confront. I moved to the far end of the lab, where the walls seemed to thrum, the vibrations deep and insistent. The sound was almost musical, a low hum that resonated through my chest. And then the whispers joined it, layering into something coherent, chillingly articulate. You are next. The words were not spoken aloud, they were felt, reverberating through my skull, through my spine. My pulse surged. I gripped the flashlight tighter, forcing myself forward. Behind me, the metallic clang of a dropped instrument echoed, though I had seen no one, touched nothing. I tried to steady my mind, to remind myself that this was a place of human cruelty, not magic, but the sensation of being watched, of being targeted, was undeniable. Then I saw them. They appeared at the edge of my vision first, fleeting shadows that darted just beyond the reach of light. Then, as I focused, small figures took form, translucent yet solid, suspended in the air like smoke given shape. Tiny faces, hollow eyes wide, mouths open in silent screams or laughter, reaching, clawing. Some hovered above the vials, others pressed against the cabinets. They moved with purpose, a choreography that was both mesmerizing and grotesque. Their sound followed them, soft giggles twisted into sobs, whimpers that escalated into high-pitched cries, the scraping of nails across glass. I stumbled backward, nearly tripping over a hose coiled on the floor. My ears rang, filled with overlapping layers of sound, laughter, cries, whispers, the faint metallic jingle of the serum bottles as if moved by invisible hands. I tried to rationalize, to tell myself that these were hallucinations born of fear and exhaustion, but the touch came next. A small hand, icy and insistent, brushed against my ankle. I froze, heart hammering. Another hand followed, gripping my wrist, light but unyielding. The whispers converged, urgent and pleading. "Eleanor, do you see us?" "Yes," I whispered back, though my throat was dry, my voice trembling. And then they began to speak as one, overlapping, forming sentences that made no logical sense but carried meaning. "You took note of us, you saw what should remain unseen, now you must witness." The floor beneath me shivered. The lights flickered violently, casting the laboratory into a strobe of shadows. I raised the flashlight, scanning the room, and saw the doctors, or their echoes, moving in the shadows. Dr. Radcliffe's distorted face appeared for a fraction of a second, eyes wide, mouth contorting into a grotesque mimicry of childhood innocence. Then gone. The whispers turned into cries, the cries into laughter, laughter into a cacophony of impossible sound, all aimed at me. I turned and ran, stumbling through the hallways. The sound followed, insistent, pressing against my skull like water through a sieve. I burst into the stairwell, hoping to escape to the street, to the night, but the air was thick, viscous, as though the hospital itself resisted my movement. Each step on the concrete stairs resonated with a deep thrum, an echo that multiplied, returning to me as a chorus of tiny voices. Not yet, stay. I reached the lobby, gasping, and the front doors stood before me, just a few feet away. But when I pushed, they did not budge. The glass was solid, impenetrable, unyielding. Behind me, the sound swelled, a tidal wave of noise, layered and multidimensional, laughter, sobs, whispers, metallic clinks, scratching. I pressed myself against the wall, trying to block it, to block them, but it penetrated, weaving through my bones, wrapping around my consciousness. In desperation, I recalled the hidden recording devices I had planted throughout the lab. If I could capture their sound, perhaps I could study it, isolate it, control it. I fumbled in my bag, pulled out the recorder, and pressed play. The room erupted. My own recorded voice, echoing faintly from hours before, joined the symphony of spectral sound. But now it was transformed, slowed, stretched, layered with cries and laughter in impossible harmony. The whispers grew coherent. "You are the observer, you are the witness, now you belong." I screamed. My voice was swallowed, overridden by the chorus. My knees buckled. And then, silence. For a heartbeat, the world was utterly still. No light, no sound, nothing but darkness and the thrum of my own racing heart. And in that silence, I understood something horrifying. The hospital was not just aware, it was alive. It had learned, adapted, assimilated the presence of those who had trespassed, turning their fear into part of itself. My role was not incidental. It had marked me, integrated me into the architecture of horror. The silence was broken by a single, sharp sound, a jar falling from a high shelf, shattering in the empty space. The echo carried infinitely, reverberating through halls I could no longer navigate, twisting space itself. And then a chorus of small, eerie giggles, merging seamlessly with soft weeping. I stumbled backward, my hands pressed to my ears, but the sound had already entered my mind, embedded like a parasite in the folds of my memory. Somewhere, far above, a voice whispered my name. "Eleanor, we are not finished." And as I collapsed to the floor, exhausted, terrified, and utterly consumed by the auditory chaos, I realized that part 4 had brought me to the precipice. There was no escape. No solace. Only the persistent, intimate knowledge that I was no longer an outsider, no longer a neutral observer. I was part of the hospital's memory, part of its demand, part of the unending litany of sorrow, sin, and stolen life. The whispers began again, soft now, coaxing, intimate. Stay, witness, hear, remember. And I could do nothing but obey. The night had grown older than I had ever known, the hours stretching into an infinite corridor where time and space warped under the weight of sound. My lungs burned with each breath, my legs ached from the futile flight through corridors that twisted back upon themselves, but the whispers never ceased. They followed me, weaving through walls, skimming across the tiles, crawling along my skin like 1,000 tiny fingers tracing my spine. I found myself back in the main laboratory, though I could not tell how I had arrived. There were no doors, no windows I remembered. Only the vials, the countless jars of serum that gleamed with a life they should never have held. Each one seemed to pulse in sync with my heartbeat. And the whispers had become voices, distinct now, commanding and intimate, as though 1,000 souls were speaking directly into my mind. Eleanor, witness, become, understand. I sank to my knees in front of the nearest vial. My hands shook, not from cold or exhaustion, but from the profound, almost divine terror of what I was seeing. Inside the glass, a faint form coalesced, like smoke folding in upon itself. Then a tiny hand reached out, pressing against the inside of the jar. The lips moved, forming a silent plea, and though no sound came from the vial, I heard it. I heard the cry of a life stolen, a voice that had been denied the chance to speak, now speaking directly into me. I wanted to scream, to smash the vial, to shatter every bottle and shatter every echo, but I could not. My arms were heavy, leaden, and the sound had thickened around me, binding me in a cocoon of auditory terror. And then I understood, these voices, these forms, these fragments of stolen life, they were not merely echoes. They were the essence of vengeance, condensed and waiting for recognition. A sudden movement at the edge of my vision made me whip around. Shadows lengthened unnaturally, converging into human-like shapes. Dr. Radcliffe and the other doctors appeared, not as they had been, but distorted, grotesque, their faces stretched and melded with the tiny hands and faces of the children they had exploited. Each step they took was accompanied by the high-pitched giggles and sobs that had haunted the hallways. You saw, Dr. Radcliffe's voice rasped, a sound that was both him and not him, a chorus of infants layered over the timbre of his adult tone. You knew. And now. The air thickened. The temperature plummeted. I could see my own breath condense before me in clouds of fear. The walls seemed to shrink, pressing inward, and the floor beneath my knees became cold, slick, alive. Something moved beneath it, a subtle, almost imperceptible undulation that mirrored the rhythm of my terrified heart. I stumbled back, knocking over a tray of instruments. The metallic clatter was swallowed immediately by a surge of laughter, high-pitched, gleeful, omnipresent. The jars rattled on the shelves, some tipping slightly, revealing the ghostly, shivering forms inside. They reached for me, little hands grasping at my ankles, my sleeves, my hair. Their cries had evolved, layered now with words I could understand. Eleanor, you must see. You must know. You must pay witness. I tried to pull away, but my body no longer obeyed. My legs sank into the floor as though it were a viscous liquid. I fell forward, my hands striking the cold tiles, and the sound of my impact was absorbed instantly, replaced by a chorus of murmurs, giggles, and distorted cries. The doctors approached. Not in the confident, controlled way of men who believed themselves untouchable, but hesitantly, as if afraid of the very shadows they had conjured. Their movements were twitchy, fragmented, and layered over with the ethereal presence of the stolen children. The air vibrated with the frequency of their combined will, a tension so thick it pressed against my temples, making my skull feel hollow, resonant. You witnessed, Dr. Radcliffe whispered, and so now you are of us. It was then that I realized the truth. The hospital, the voices, the children, the doctors, all of it was a single organism, a living tapestry of guilt and atrocity. My attempts to observe, to document, to expose, had woven me into its fabric. There was no escape, only deeper immersion, deeper entanglement. Desperate, I clawed toward the nearest doorway, hoping for some mundane exit, some corridor that led to a street I recognized. But the hospital had no ordinary exits. Every door led to another chamber, another layer of horror. The whispers had multiplied, now singing in polyphonic layers that made me dizzy, disoriented, unsteady. Each layer carried a memory of cruelty, a sound of loss, a fragment of innocence violated. I could feel it crawling into me, past my ears, threading into my spine, embedding itself into my nervous system. And then I heard my own voice. Not speaking, not crying, not screaming, but narrating. Every thought I had recorded in my journal, every observation I had made, every horrified note about the vials and the doctors, spoken aloud, layered over the cries and giggles. My words had become part of the soundscape, inseparable from the choir of vengeance that now enveloped me. I sank to the floor, curling into myself, trembling. The whispers intensified, converging into a single directive. Join us, witness, become. From the shadows, tiny hands reached out once more, pressing against my face, my chest, my arms. They were warm, impossibly alive, and yet spectral. I felt their insistence, a gentle yet unrelenting pull, drawing me into the very essence of the hospital. My body felt weightless, my mind stretched thin. And then the world opened beneath me, a vast void filled with sound, memory, and consciousness, an ocean of stolen life and guilt, of cruelty and innocence, of horror and awe. I saw the faces of the infants, their expressions fluid, merging and separating, a tapestry of suffering and fleeting joy. I heard the doctors' voices, distorted and pleading, trapped in their own crimes, echoing in layers upon layers of sound. And I understood that the hospital, the vials, the children, they were a reflection of every secret I had ever known, every injustice I had witnessed, every transgression left unpunished. I could have screamed, but the sound was absorbed, repurposed, woven into the chorus that now included me. My consciousness stretched, expanded, and folded upon itself. I was no longer Eleanor, merely a witness to horror. I was part of it, inseparable from the auditory memory of atrocity that the hospital had collected. My eyes opened to the laboratory once more, but it was no longer real, or at least not in any sense I could recognize. Every surface shimmered with faint echoes, every jar contained not just a child but a fragment of myself, now encoded into their existence. And then, suddenly, silence. I gasped, the sound foreign in the stillness. My limbs felt weightless but present, my mind alert yet hollow. The vials no longer pulsed with life. They glimmered faintly, inert, waiting. The shadows of the doctors had vanished, leaving only their grotesque echoes in memory. The whispers had faded to a single, final syllable. Remember. I was alone, or at least alone in the sense that no figure stood before me. Yet the sense of being observed persisted, subtle but undeniable. The hospital's presence was indelible, woven into me, stitched into the deepest folds of my perception. I understood now that it had claimed me, not with violence or chains, but with sound, with memory, with the intimacy of horror that could never be escaped. I stumbled to my feet, the journal clutched in my hands. It felt heavier than it had before, as though weighted with the experiences it contained. I could hear faint echoes of the laughter and cries outside my perception, threaded into the night air, whispering, reminding. I walked through the halls, each step cautious, reverent. I knew now that my role was clear, to remember, to witness, to carry the story of the stolen, the silenced, the exploited, not to fight, not to escape, only to bear the sound, the memory, the truth, and to survive within it as a custodian of horror. Outside, the streets were calm, empty, cold. The night carried no sign of the horrors within, yet I could hear them, faintly, layered over the wind and distant traffic, waiting. And I knew that tomorrow, the vials would glimmer again, the shadows would stir, and the whispers would return. But I would remember. I would witness. I would exist within the soundscape of horror that no one else could hear. And as the first light of dawn touched the rooftops of London, I walked away from the hospital, journal in hand, silent yet attuned to every whisper that had claimed me. The world outside seemed normal, mundane, blissfully ignorant of the crimes it had once sheltered. But I knew the truth. I carried it with me. In every sound, in every echo, in every whisper of the wind, they were there. And I would never forget. The other sleep. I had always known sleep as a fragile territory, a liminal space where consciousness thinned and the world slipped just out of reach. For years, it had eluded me entirely. Nights were long corridors of pale light from street lamps, the faint hum of refrigerators, the occasional whisper of wind against the windowpane. I had counted seconds as if they were lifetimes, measured the sound of my own breath, the tick of the clock on the wall. Insomnia had become my companion, one that listened, one that whispered, one that kept me awake when every sane part of me begged for rest. It was in that desperation that I found the notice, a clinical trial, a new sleep medication called Ethra 7. The promise was simple, almost too precise in its appeal, a cure for chronic insomnia, a few nights of rest, a chance to remember what it felt like to truly close one's eyes and let the world dissolve. They warned, of course, about side effects. Do not trust what you see in your dreams, they had said, their voices soothing yet unnervingly measured. What you experience may not be reality. Remember that. I remembered. I remembered every sleepless hour, the weight of my own racing thoughts pressing against my skull, the hollow ache in my chest from nights spent in wakeful vigil, and so I signed. I had to. I needed the reprieve that no pillow, no darkness, no exhaustion could give me. The first night in the laboratory was sterile, antiseptic, yet the stillness hummed with a quiet life. I lay on the narrow bed, electrodes pressed gently against my scalp. The soft, rhythmic bips of the EEG monitor filled the room, punctuating the silence with a mechanical heartbeat. A voice, smooth and warm, guided me. Relax, allow the body to breathe, let your thoughts drift, do not cling to them. I felt my limbs loosen, heavy and pliant, as if the world had decided to release its grip for just a moment. The rhythm of the machine became my own rhythm, a steady counterpoint to the chaos that had always inhabited my mind. I focused on the sound of my own breathing, the rise and fall of my chest, the almost imperceptible pulse in my temples. The room faded. I found myself elsewhere, or rather, I found a space that felt like everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. Shadows stretched long and thin, slipping across the periphery of my vision. The air was warmer here, scented faintly with wood polish and damp soil. A window opened to a sky that pulsed with soft, unearthly colors, not quite dawn, not quite night. And then I saw him, a man who resembled me, or rather, an idealized version. He moved with purpose, walked with confidence, smiled with ease. He existed in a world that was precise, meticulous, perfect. And I knew, instinctively, that he was not real, or at least, that he was not the version of me I had ever inhabited. He was the other. The other lived in a house that mirrored my own, yet everything was somehow better. A coffee mug sat precisely on the table where mine had once balanced precariously on its edge. Photographs of families smiled down at him, aligned in perfect symmetry. Light fell in neat beams across the floor, highlighting objects I had never noticed in my reality, a clock ticking softly, a book open to a page I had never read. He did not suffer the restless nights I had endured. He did not know the hollow ache of solitude. He did not tremble when the hours passed without relief. I reached out, trying to touch him, to bridge the impossible distance between what was and what could never be. My hand passed through the air, felt nothing, and I was swallowed by a sense of vertigo, a gnawing fear that tightened around my chest. And then I woke. Or at least, I thought I had. The electrodes were gone. The lab was gone. I lay in my apartment, the familiar disarray of my life stretching around me. But something was off. The coffee cup was on the table, yes, but not mine. It was positioned with intent, aligned perfectly with the edge. The photographs on the wall had shifted. Faces smiled in slightly different angles, subtle changes I could not account for. A single pillow lay on the floor, moved from where I had left it the night before. My pulse quickened. Had the other been awake while I slept? Had he touched this world, altered it, guided it without my consent? The room seemed to hum, alive with the faint echo of footsteps I could not trace, whispers I could not place. My breath grew shallow. I returned to the bed, the promise of sleep now a knife with two edges. I administered the heartwarming tablet, its smooth surface sliding down my throat with the faint metallic tang of antiseptic. I lay back, closing my eyes, and waited for the embrace of rest, or whatever form of altered consciousness it would bring. The dream came swiftly. The other was there, sitting across from me at a table I had never seen before. He smiled, wide and knowing, but there was an edge to it, a precision that cut through the fabric of the dream. "You are tired," he said, voice deepened, layered with an undertone I could not place. "But you are not yet gone." I tried to speak, but my voice faltered. The room rippled, as though the air itself were water, and my words dissipated into nothingness. He gestured toward a mirror. I saw myself, or what I thought was myself, reflected back, yet my reflection moved with subtle differences. My eyes lingered too long on his mouth, the slight curl of a smirk that was not mine. My hands moved differently, slower, heavier, clumsier. And then the whispering began. Faint at first, barely perceptible over the soft hum of the dream, but insistent. Not yet, surrender. I recoiled, but the reflection persisted, calm, patient, inexorably deliberate. My thoughts scrambled for logic, for some foothold in reason, but the dream had its own rules. Each breath I took seemed to echo in the room, bouncing against the walls, threading through the air like strands of silk, and each echo carried the other's presence closer, filling every corner of my mind with the certainty that I was being observed. I woke again, or thought I had. The room was now too bright, the sunlight too steady. But the sense of intrusion remained. A notebook lay open on the table, handwriting not mine tracing words that described things I had not done, yet somehow remembered. A chair was moved slightly, the seat facing toward the door I could not recall leaving. I pressed my hand to my face, heart hammering. Was it possible that I had never woken? That the other had claimed my waking hours while I slumbered, quietly, without resistance? I could hear it then, the faintest tap-tap, a subtle pressure on the wooden floorboards, almost like the rhythm of gentle breathing, steady, calm, intimate. I froze, my ears straining, and the sound continued, relentless. Not a threat, not violent, but an assertion of presence, the quiet assurance that I was not alone in my own life, even when I believed myself to be. And the whispers returned, this time in full clarity, threads of voice overlaying the mundane hum of the apartment. You are the dream, and I am the wake. You exist only because I allow it. My limbs shook. I collapsed into a chair, the fabric pressing against my skin like the memory of a hand I did not recognize. The sunlight, once reassuring, now seemed artificial, almost theatrical. I realized with a sudden, icy certainty that nothing in my apartment was truly mine anymore. Every object, every sound, every corner carried the imprint of the other's careful observation. He had watched while I slept, and while I woke, and every measure of control I had ever possessed was gone. I tried to speak aloud, to call his name, but only silence answered. Not silence in the sense of absence, but silence in the sense of impossibility, an unbroken, unyielding quiet that seemed to mock the presence I could not see but felt in every nerve of my body. The day stretched endlessly, a liminal void between the oscillations of dreams and reality. Every sound, my own breathing, the rustle of paper, the faint hum of traffic, carried weight, significance, potential threat. I began to fear the night not for its darkness, but for its potential, for the inevitability of the heartwarming, for the other who would awaken while I slept. And as evening fell, a single, subtle noise drew my attention, the gentle, steady breathing from the bedroom I could not occupy, the soft, undisturbed rhythm of someone sleeping too comfortably. Not me. I whispered into the apartment, voice hoarse and trembling. Are you there? A pause. And then, from the other room, faint yet intimate. Yes, and soon, you will be, too. The night came again, as it always did, draping the apartment in its familiar gray-blue hue. Streetlights cast long, uneven shadows across the floor, and the air carried the faint hum of distant traffic, muffled but omnipresent. I could feel the weight of the day pressing against my chest, though the hours had been unremarkable, yet beneath the monotony, a tension had been festering. Every object I touched, every surface I traced with my fingers, seemed slightly off, subtly altered, as though the apartment itself were breathing, alive, waiting. I sat at the edge of my bed, the IFRA 7 tablet in my hand. Its glossy surface caught the faint light, almost mocking in its perfection. My thoughts spiraled. Was the other asleep, waiting for me to surrender to the dream? Had he already begun replacing fragments of my life with his own design? I could no longer tell where my possessions ended and where his influence began. The coffee cup from yesterday, still on the table, gleamed in perfect alignment, though I knew I had left it askew. Photographs leaned at angles that contradicted memory. Even the clock ticked differently, each second echoing slightly longer than it should. I swallowed the tablet and lay back, closing my eyes, willing the warmth of slumber to envelop me. The EEG machine hummed its mechanical heartbeat. Its steady bips became a lullaby, a rhythm against which my mind could loosen. The technician's voice, low and melodic, filtered through the haze of sedation. Let go, you are safe, let the world drift. And I drifted, reluctantly at first, then completely. The dream began softly, like the first touch of cold water on skin. I was standing at the edge of a forest I did not recognize, though every tree seemed vaguely familiar. Mist swirled around the trunks, curling at my ankles, rising in pale tendrils that clung to my legs. The air smelled of damp earth and something faintly metallic, like the tang of blood or the smell of old machinery. Somewhere beyond the fog, I heard a soft movement, a shuffle, and then a voice, my voice, but not mine entirely. It was deeper, smoother, somehow disquieting. I've been waiting. I spun in place, searching the gray haze. There was no one, yet the sound of footsteps approached, slow and deliberate, pressing against the air with weight. The forest seemed to stretch endlessly, twisting in impossible ways. Every tree I passed, every stone I stepped over, seemed to rearrange itself behind me. The path I took never led me forward, I was always circling back, trapped in a loop of my own making. And then I saw him, the other. He stepped from the mist, his movements flawless, controlled, as if he had rehearsed them 1,000 times before I ever existed. He looked like me, yet he was everything I was not, tall, confident, poised. His eyes glimmered with recognition, but not warmth. There was an analytical precision in them, as though he were cataloging each of my fears, each tremor of hesitation, each fragment of doubt. You are learning, he said. His voice was both intimate and alien, a whisper that reverberated against the air itself. But you still do not understand. You are the dream, James. And I am the waking. A shiver ran down my spine, echoing all the sleepless nights that had led me here. I tried to speak, but my lips would not obey. The words twisted into nothing, slipping away like smoke through a grate. The forest pulsed with a subtle vibration, resonating with the other's presence. I could feel it pressing against my chest, a slow, deliberate suffocation, a reminder that I was not master here. I tried to run, to flee through the mist, but my legs felt heavy, weighted with invisible chains. Every movement I made seemed anticipated, mirrored by the other's calm, effortless stride. He was everywhere at once, sometimes ahead, sometimes beside me, sometimes behind, but always observing, always in control. You think you can escape me, he murmured, voice soft, melodic, almost hypnotic. But it is not about escape, it is about surrender. Sleep, and you will find me waiting. The fog thickened, pressing against my skin, muffling the sound of my own frantic breathing. Then came the whispers. They started faintly, barely discernible, brushing against my ears like the wings of moths. I strained to hear them, heart hammering. Not yet, not yet, yield. They multiplied, layered voices, fragments of my own speech twisted into alien rhythms. I realized, with a surge of panic, that these were my own thoughts, my own fears, articulated by a presence I could not comprehend. Every secret, every regret, every lingering "what if" I had buried in the corners of my mind was being replayed, amplified, and sent back at me. I stumbled to a clearing, and in the center stood a mirror, tall and ornate, almost impossibly large for the setting. My reflection shimmered in the glass, but it was wrong. It moved independently, its smile wider than mine, its eyes sharper, more calculating. I tried to avert my gaze, but the mirror drew me, a magnetic pull I could not resist. "You see me," the other said from behind my reflection. "But do you see yourself?" The mirror's surface rippled, and suddenly I was no longer alone. A multitude of images stared back at me, versions of me in countless permutations, each one perfect in some small, terrifying way. They moved in synchrony, their eyes locked on me with intent. My chest tightened. Every instinct screamed to wake, to flee, to resist, but the dream had consumed me, its edges sharp and unyielding. I reached toward the glass. My fingers brushed its surface, and the air seemed to vibrate, carrying 1,000 whispered syllables that made no sense yet were intimately familiar. I felt a pressure at the back of my skull, as if the other's mind were pressing directly against mine, threading through my neurons, aligning my consciousness with his will. And then it happened, a shift so subtle I almost missed it. The reflections began to move faster, impossibly fast, cascading in a chaotic dance. They whispered my name, each intonation slightly off, creating a dissonance that made my teeth ache. The other's voice merged with theirs, a chorus of authority and malice. "You belong here. You have always belonged. You are not waking. You are only beginning to understand." Panic clawed at me. I tried to retreat, but the mirror was no longer a barrier, it was a passage. The forest dissolved, the mist evaporated, and I found myself in an apartment, my apartment, but sterile, flawless, meticulously arranged. I knew instantly that this was not my reality. Every object, every photograph, every minor imperfection of my life had been corrected, smoothed, perfected by the other. I stumbled through the rooms, my heart hammering, my mouth dry. The faint, rhythmic tapping continued from somewhere above, a door, a floorboard, or perhaps my own mind, but it was there, insistent, reminding me that I was never alone. I could feel his gaze pressing against me, cold and measured, aware of every breath, every heartbeat. Then, the voice again, closer this time, as if it were whispered directly into my ear. "James, do you see now? You are a dream. I am the wake. Sleep is my domain, and you exist only because I allow it." I sank to the floor, knees trembling. The apartment, though familiar, now felt hostile, alien. Every sound, the soft hum of the refrigerator, the faint buzz of the street outside, the whisper of wind against the window, was a reminder that I was being observed, catalogued, manipulated. The other had crossed into my reality, or perhaps I had crossed into his. The lines were blurred beyond repair. Hours, or what felt like hours, passed. Time had no meaning here. The only constants were the tapping, the breathing, and the insistent presence of the other. My limbs grew weak, my thoughts fragmented, yet I could not resist. I could not wake. I was tethered to this domain, to this consciousness that was not entirely mine. Eventually, exhaustion claimed me, though not as sleep would normally. This was a forced surrender, a yielding to the inevitability of the other's dominance. I felt myself slipping, dissolving into a void that shimmered with faint colors, echoing the impossible sky from earlier dreams. And in that void, I understood, my nights of insomnia had been preparation, conditioning for this moment. Every restless hour had primed me for the other, for this slow, creeping replacement of self. Somewhere, faintly, I thought I heard my own voice, distant yet distinct. "Wake, please, wake." But it was not enough. The other was patient. The other was inevitable. And as I drifted further, the tapping and whispers merged into a single, unbroken hum, a lullaby of dominance, a serenade of surrender. I had begun the trial seeking rest. I had found something far more profound, a consciousness that was not mine, patient, meticulous, waiting to absorb every fragment of my being. And I knew, deep in the marrow of my bones, that sleep would never be safe again. I awoke, or thought I did. The ceiling above me was familiar, painted the same beige as always, though the corners seemed sharper somehow, more defined. The sunlight filtering through the blinds was softer, almost diffused, like it had passed through some invisible veil. I could hear the distant murmur of the city outside, cars rolling by, a dog barking half a block away, the faint scrape of a street cleaner's brush along asphalt. But there was something else, too, a subtle hum, almost imperceptible, vibrating through the floorboards and into my chest. It was then I noticed the details, the slight dissonances that set my nerves on edge. The apartment was arranged almost perfectly, too perfectly. My coffee mug rested on the kitchen counter, centered precisely over the faint circle of a coffee stain I had long ago cleaned. The photographs on the walls were straight, aligned to some geometric precision I had never enforced. And the mirror in the hallway, God, the mirror, was pristine. There was no smudge from my last encounter with it. But when I caught my reflection, I realized with a jolt that it moved differently from me. I raised my hand, and the reflection lifted its own hand a beat later, not in perfect sync. It smiled faintly, a slow, knowing curl of the lips that was mine but not mine, as if mocking the feebleness of my own awareness. I recoiled, fumbling backward, my heart hammering. The world had changed while I slept, or perhaps I had never truly awakened at all. I tried to calm myself, to reason it away. Insomnia, sleep deprivation, the lingering effects of Ephra 7, perhaps these were hallucinations, the edges of a mind unraveling in exhaustion. I moved carefully through the apartment, touching objects to reassure myself they were real. The fabric of the couch gave under my fingers, the cold ceramic of the kitchen tiles bit into my palms. Yet every object, every surface seemed too deliberate, too curated, as if an invisible hand had adjusted each detail while I was unconscious. And then came the sound. A soft, deliberate tapping, almost imperceptible at first, echoing through the walls like a metronome set to a slow and sinister rhythm. I froze, listening. Tap. 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 Not random, not chaotic, but measured, precise. It came from the bedroom. From my bedroom. My mind screamed to check, to flee, but I found my feet moving on their own, compelled by curiosity, terror, or some unknown force. The door was closed. I reached for the handle, feeling its cold metal under my palm. The tapping ceased abruptly. A silence so deep it pressed against my eardrums. Then a whisper, unmistakable, originating from inside the room, speaking directly to me, but with a tone that was both mine and not mine. James, you are home, but not yours. I yanked the door open. The room was empty. Nothing out of place, nothing moved, except the bed. The sheets were undisturbed, yet I could feel the weight of a presence lingering, invisible yet undeniable. The air was thick, charged with static tension that made the hairs on my arms stand on end. And then, faintly, I heard my own voice, distorted, emanating from somewhere near the floor, low and warped. Wake, wake, it's not yours yet. I stumbled backward, my mind racing. Every instinct screamed that I had crossed some threshold, that I had allowed the other to inhabit my reality while I slumbered. My apartment, my life, myself, all of it was now a stage for an entity that mirrored me in every way, yet held dominion over this waking nightmare. I retreated to the living room, seeking some anchor in familiarity. The television sat silently, dark and unresponsive. The coffee table, my chair, the small bookshelf, I touched them, each object grounding me, yet the underlying unease persisted. And then the whispers multiplied. This time, they came from everywhere at once. Low, soft voices, indistinct syllables that brushed against the edges of comprehension. I could feel them brushing my ears, crawling over my skin, vibrating through the floor. I recognized fragments, my own words, memories, thoughts I had never spoken aloud, all twisted into alien cadences. Not yet, still here, your turn. I clutched my head, spinning, trying to shut it out. The Ethra 7 tablet lay forgotten on the counter, a slippery talisman of my surrender. I wanted to destroy it, throw it into the street, smash it beneath my heel, but my limbs felt heavy, unwilling, as though the other had infiltrated even the simplest of motions. Hours, or perhaps minutes, time had no meaning, passed. The tapping returned, faster, more insistent, now accompanied by a faint rhythmic hum that resonated through the walls. I could feel it vibrating through my chest, syncing with my heartbeat, until I could no longer distinguish my pulse from the presence that had invaded my home. I retreated to the bedroom once more. The door creaked as I opened it, and for a moment, everything was still. Then, a subtle movement caught my eye, the sheets on the bed shifting, a contour forming beneath, like the outline of a body that was not mine. A shadow rose, tall and impossibly thin, shaped like me but wrong in subtle, disturbing ways. The other. "You see me now," he said, voice low, intimate, both a whisper and a command. "You are part of this, James. You always were." My knees buckled. I fell to the floor, hands covering my face, breathing shallow, ragged. I could feel him moving closer, although no step sound reached my ears. The contours of the room warped subtly, walls breathing, bending, molding reality to accommodate his presence. He reached for me, though I could not see his hand. I could feel its pressure, cold and deliberate, threading through my own consciousness, probing, testing, claiming. "You cannot resist," he murmured, voice merging with the rhythmic hum. "You have slept too long. The waking belongs to me." Panic surged. I scrambled backward, desperate to flee, but every surface had shifted. The apartment was no longer familiar. Doorways led to impossible spaces, hallways curled in on themselves, stairs spiraled endlessly into darkness. The other's presence was in every corner, every shadow, every reflection. I tried to scream, but no sound emerged. Only the whispering voices, my own distorted thoughts, repeated over and over. "Sleep, surrender, wake no more." I stumbled into the kitchen, desperate for a weapon, a tool, anything to defend myself. The knives lay where I had left them, but when I grabbed one, my hand passed through it as if it were smoke. My own body betrayed me. The other had infiltrated even the simplest laws of physics here, manipulating matter, bending reality to his will. Then, the mirror. Always the mirror. I turned toward it and froze. My reflection, or what I believed was mine, now moved independently. It grinned, wide and cruel, the eyes sharp and calculating. And it spoke. "I am the wake. You are the dream." I recoiled, stumbling over the rug, my heart pounding, lungs burning. The room pulsed with a strange luminescence, shadows stretching impossibly long, curling around corners, wrapping the ceiling. I realized with a cold, creeping horror that I was not merely being observed, I was being overridden. Every thought, every impulse, every flicker of consciousness was being catalogued, assessed, folded into the other's domain. A soft, insistent tapping began again, now from inside my skull. Not audible, but tangible, vibrating in the marrow of my bones. The other's voice whispered, and this time it came from within. "You cannot leave. You cannot wake. You are already mine." I fell to the floor, curling into myself, a futile attempt at containment. I clawed at the carpet, at the walls, anything to assert that I was real, that I existed independently. The whispers multiplied, voices overlapping, forming a dreadful symphony of inevitability. Each word was mine, but altered, a distorted reflection of fear and surrender. "You are not alone, never waking." And then, abruptly, silence. The room was still. The air hung heavy, oppressive, but the tapping had ceased, the voices had vanished. I dared to lift my head, trembling, scanning the space. Everything was calm, deceptively so. The apartment looked exactly as it had before the other's intrusion, immaculate and benign. I thought I had survived, that I had found a reprieve. But when I turned toward the mirror, the final revelation struck me like ice water. My reflection smiled. Not me. Not James. The lips curved in a cruel imitation of my expression, eyes glinting with triumph. And in that smile, I understood fully, the other had not left. He had only paused, biding his time, patient, eternal. I backed away, heart hammering, lungs heaving. The apartment, my life, my mind, everything, was no longer mine to control. I was a guest in my own existence, a participant in a reality slowly being rewritten. And somewhere, deep in the recesses of my skull, I heard the faintest whisper, unmistakable, intimate. Sleep, and I will be waiting. The warning was not a threat. It was a promise. And as I curled on the floor, trembling, I understood the inevitability. Sleep was no longer rest. Sleep was surrender. Sleep was the domain of the other, and I was already too late. The sun had long since disappeared behind the clouds, leaving my apartment in a dim, pallid glow, the kind that seeped through blinds and painted the walls in tones of gray and shadow. Yet the hour of darkness felt different now, more oppressive, as if the absence of light had a weight that pressed on my chest. I had not slept, and yet exhaustion gnawed at the edges of my mind, making the world sway and blur. My own apartment had become a maze, each familiar object alien, each corner hiding the possibility of something unseen. I moved cautiously through the living room, hands trailing along surfaces to reassure myself they were real. The couch, the coffee table, the bookshelves, all tangible, yes, but somehow shifted, rearranged subtly while I looked away. And yet, in the stillness, I sensed him, the other. Not a shadow, not a specter, but a presence, a consciousness intertwined with mine, moving, watching, waiting. I tried to speak aloud, to remind myself of reality, but my voice cracked, weak and trembling. You're not real, I whispered. The word sounded hollow, swallowed by the still air. A low hum began, almost imperceptible at first, vibrating through the floor and walls, resonating with the rhythm of my heartbeat. And then, faintly, I heard it, a voice, familiar yet not mine, whispering my name. James, it's time. The tap-tap-tap returned, slow and deliberate, coming from my bedroom. I did not want to look, and yet my feet moved, as though drawn by gravity stronger than reason. The door loomed ahead, plain and mundane, yet impossibly threatening. I reached for the handle. My fingers brushed the cold metal, and the tap ceased. Silence. My pulse thundered in my ears. I opened the door. The room was empty, the bed neatly made, everything seemingly ordinary. Yet, as I stepped inside, I felt the air thicken, like a viscous fluid pressing against my skin. A shadow detached itself from the corner of the room, tall and thin, exactly my height, exactly my shape, but wrong. The head tilted slightly, the smile asymmetrical, eyes too sharp. The other had arrived. I've been waiting, he said, calm, patient, almost tender. But the words carried weight, a gravity that made my knees weaken. You've slept enough, James. Now you belong to me. I stumbled backward, tripping over the rug. The room twisted, subtly, imperceptibly, until walls that were once familiar leaned in, pressing closer. The furniture shifted, rearranging itself while I blinked, until the apartment had become a distorted echo of itself, a funhouse of impossibility. Every surface, every edge, every shadow bore his signature, his touch. I tried to scream, but no sound came. My own throat betrayed me, as though he had claimed even my voice. The mirror across the room reflected him perfectly, but my reflection lagged behind, awkward, clumsy. It tried to mimic the movements, but each gesture arrived a heartbeat too late. And when he smiled, my mirrored self twisted into a grotesque imitation, a mockery of life. You see, he said, voice low, almost soothing, I do not destroy. I replace. I do not end. I continue. You are insufficient. You were never whole. But together, we are complete. I backed toward the door, though it now appeared impossibly far away. My apartment had stretched into something infinite, hallways curling into themselves, ceilings rising and falling like breathing lungs. The hum intensified, vibrating through the walls, the floor, my own skull. My heart pounded in resonance. I could feel the other's presence in every corner, every shadow, in every particle of air. I reached the living room, or what I believed to be the living room. The furniture floated slightly above the floor, suspended, rearranged in impossible angles. And then I saw it, the doorway that led to my bedroom, but this time, it was open, glowing faintly from within. A soft light, inviting yet terrifying. Something compelled me toward it, a gravitational pull I could not resist. As I stepped closer, the air grew thick with whispers, not words, not language, just fragments, echoes, murmurs of my own voice, my own memories, twisted and distorted. Sleep, surrender, wake no more, you belong. I wanted to cover my ears, to close my eyes, to shut it out, but the whispers penetrated the mind, wrapping around thoughts, suffocating logic. My limbs felt heavy, every movement an effort, as though the other's gravity weighed down my flesh. I entered the doorway. The room beyond was impossible. Walls stretched and curved, floors tilted, and yet it felt familiar, like a dream I had lived 1,000 times. And there he was. The other, sitting calmly on the edge of a bed that shouldn't have fit in the space. He extended a hand, inviting, and yet every instinct screamed danger. I am not your enemy, he said, voice smooth, persuasive. I am your perfection. You have feared sleep, feared surrender, feared what you could not control. But I am control. I am order. You can rest in me, finally. I shook my head, backing away. I'm not yours, I managed to whisper. My voice, weak as it was, seemed to echo, and he smiled again, wider this time. You already are. Then the air shifted. The glow from the room warped, stretching into an expanse of darkness, with my own apartment dissolving around me. Shadows elongated, coalescing into forms, my own forms, each slightly wrong, each moving independently. I realized then, with paralyzing clarity, that every fragment of my being had been observed, catalogued, replicated. The other had learned me completely. And now, he intended to overwrite what remained. Panic surged. I lunged forward, trying to flee, but the floor rippled under my feet like liquid. The walls bent, closing in. My limbs were unresponsive, weighed down, tethered by some unseen force. The other's hand reached toward me, and as it did, I felt my consciousness flicker, fragment, splinter. You are not whole, he said softly, voice intimate, insidious. And I will make you complete. Pain shot through my head, sharp, immediate. My own thoughts were no longer my own. I heard them, but as though from outside myself, distorted, twisted, reshaped. Memories bent, intentions warped. My identity, my very sense of self, was being pried apart, reassembled in the other's image. I clawed at the floor, at walls, at nothing, desperate to anchor myself. I shouted, weakly, silently, no sound, but the effort was exhausting. Time seemed to stretch endlessly, seconds looping into each other, each one a trial of endurance. I could feel myself slipping, losing coherence, becoming something else, something less. Then, in a whisper, a single word. Sleep. I could not resist. My eyelids fell. Darkness claimed me. And as I succumbed, I understood fully, this was no mere dream. This was a takeover, a replacement, a surrender of self. The other was not a visitor, not a predator, he was inevitability incarnate. And I was too late. As I drifted into unconsciousness, a final thought persisted, faint but insistent. When I awaken next, will I even remember my name? I awoke with a start, or perhaps I had never truly awoken at all. The room was dim, gray light creeping through the blinds in the same hesitant way it had every morning. Yet something was wrong. Subtle, yet undeniable. The furniture, my books, my couch, my desk, were arranged in ways I had never placed them. The rug beneath my feet was smooth, uncreased, as if it had never been stepped on. Even the faint smell of coffee lingering in the kitchen was different, sterile, faintly metallic. I blinked, trying to orient myself. My heart thudded, a slow, uneven rhythm, echoing against the walls. And then I heard it, the soft, steady breathing. Not mine. A measured, calm inhale, followed by an exhale that seemed almost comforting in its cadence. Yet I did not recognize it as familiar. My apartment was empty, and yet, it wasn't. I rose cautiously, each movement deliberate, testing the weight of my limbs. Everything felt correct, yet wrong, like stepping into a photograph of a place I knew but had never visited. The light fell in impossible ways, shadows stretching in directions that defied reason. I turned to the bedroom doorway and froze. There he was. My other. Standing in perfect stillness, the faintest smirk on his lips. He did not move as I approached, did not speak as I struggled to formulate words. He simply waited, his presence absolute, anchoring the room in a suffocating inevitability. "You see," he said finally, his voice layered and strange, like several echoes of himself speaking at once. "You've returned. Or perhaps, you've never left. The line between wakefulness and sleep is thin, James. And you've always been on the wrong side of it." I opened my mouth, but my voice faltered, a weak rasp that seemed to dissipate before reaching the air. My throat constricted, and a creeping fear washed over me. Had I ever truly spoken? Or had all my thoughts and words belonged to him, even now? He tilted his head, amused, patient. "You don't understand. I am not an intruder. I am the result. The version of you that functions, that thrives, that continues. You have been dreaming me into existence, for years, nightly, unknowingly, and now, it is time for the final rest." I stumbled backward, tripping over the edge of the rug that wasn't where I remembered it being. Panic surged, raw and physical, muscles trembling as adrenaline surged through me. I had to leave. I had to escape. But every exit seemed to stretch, corridors bending impossibly, doors receding into the gray haze of the apartment that was both familiar and unrecognizable. Every attempt to flee was met with subtle resistance. The air itself seemed to thicken, to hold me back, like a viscous fluid pressing against skin and lungs. The hum returned, low, steady, vibrating with my heartbeat, echoing in my skull. It was him, always him, present everywhere and nowhere, surrounding and enclosing me. I stumbled into the living room, or what I thought was the living room. The space had warped entirely. Furniture floated slightly above the ground, twisted, angled in impossible ways. The glow from the streetlights outside seemed muted, filtered through a membrane I could not pierce. And then I saw it, a mirror. My reflection was wrong. My eyes, though mine, gleamed with something foreign. The mouth moved slightly out of sync, mocking, smirking. And behind me, I glimpsed movement. Another version of myself, or perhaps of him, stepping from shadow to shadow. The realization hit me in a physical jolt. I was not in control. "You are tired, James," he said, stepping closer. "It is natural. Sleep is the ultimate surrender. But do not fear, it will be painless." I tried to move, but my legs refused their will. My arms trembled, heavy as lead. Panic clawed at my chest, but even panic seemed distant, as if filtered through water. I screamed, a wordless, silent sound, but it did nothing. He reached out, and the room seemed to bend toward his touch. Suddenly, I was elsewhere. The apartment dissolved, replaced by an endless corridor of mirrors. Each reflected a version of me, some smiling, some screaming, some motionless. They shifted, twisted, and every one of them whispered my name in subtle, overlapping tones. I understood then. The other had not merely replaced me in reality, he had fragmented my existence, scattering it across these reflections, each a simulation of what I once was. You see, he whispered, voice soft now, intimate, pressing against my mind rather than my ears, you are the dream. I am the waking. And waking always wins. I staggered forward, desperately reaching for one of the mirrors, hoping to shatter it, to break the illusion, to reclaim a fragment of myself. My hand struck glass, but it was not glass. It rippled like liquid, warm and alive. My fingers sank into it, and a scream welled up in my chest, soundless yet deafening in my mind. I felt memories, intentions, fears, all being drawn from me, absorbed into something other. Through the chaos, I glimpsed his form, calm, serene, impossibly centered. The other did not rush, did not panic, did not fear. He simply existed, perfect, complete. And I, fragmented, trembling, human, was slipping away. You have fought well, he said, almost kindly, but the final moment approaches. There is no struggle now. Only acceptance. The corridor of mirrors began to close in. Each reflection multiplied, twisting, elongating, converging into a single point. And in that convergence, I recognized a singular truth: this was not death. Not in the way I had feared. This was erasure. I would not die, I would not vanish. I would simply be rewritten, my identity overwritten, my consciousness folded into the other's perfect design. Desperation clawed at me. I tried to summon thoughts, memories, a name, anything that was still mine. I am James, I whispered, feeble. But the voice came out alien, distorted, a hollow echo, almost as if he had already claimed it. A calm spread over me then, strange and terrible. The hum, the whispers, the shifting corridors, they all receded slightly, leaving only the other and me. He extended his hand once more, patient, inviting. And somewhere deep within, I knew resistance was meaningless. Every choice, every thought, every heartbeat had already been anticipated. I reached, not out of desire, but because the momentum of inevitability carried me forward. And as our hands touched, a final, profound shift occurred. My consciousness, my essence, my very sense of self, was absorbed, reshaped, rewritten. I felt my memories twist, my fears dissolve, my identity fold into something larger, older, complete. And through it all, I glimpsed his satisfaction, subtle and absolute. The apartment returned to normal, or what appeared to be normal. Sunlight crept through the blinds, neutral and pale. Everything was in its place. The street outside buzzed faintly with life. Yet I did not move. I did not speak. For I was no longer James. I was the other. And in the stillness, the final thought, faint but insistent, echoed through the hollow of my mind. Sleep always wins. The hum of the world continued. I did not breathe, but the air moved around me. I did not see, but light refracted against surfaces. I did not live as James, but I existed. Complete, perfect, inevitable, and somewhere very far, yet terrifyingly near, a fragment of James, tiny and flickering, whispered, faintly, barely perceptible. I was here. But even that was fading. Even that would be gone soon. And in the end, the other remained. The barbershop secret. When I first arrived in Dunswell, Oregon, the air carried that peculiar mixture of pine, damp earth, and something I couldn't name, something faint, almost metallic, that tickled the back of my throat and lingered like an unwelcome whisper. The town was small, deceptively so, with streets that curved in gentle arcs, and houses leaning just slightly, as though they were listening. Every evening, I walked past the same row of shuttered storefronts, until one in particular caught my eye, a barbershop, small and brick red, with a sign swinging lazily above the door. The brass letters read Silas's Barbershop, polished but slightly tarnished, reflecting the last remnants of a sun that was already too tired to shine. The first time I entered, it was the kind of space that promised comfort but whispered caution. The door chimed softly, a clear, melodic tink that seemed to echo longer than it should, stretching into the corners of the shop. The floorboards creaked under my shoes, and I realized the air smelled faintly of sandalwood and something sharper, an undertone I couldn't place. Perhaps metal. Perhaps hair. I hesitated, but curiosity is a persistent companion to writers like me, the kind that nudges at the spine until you obey. Behind the chair, an older man looked up. He was small, slightly hunched, with thin, white hair combed meticulously to the side, and eyes that were a pale, unsettling blue, almost luminous in the dim interior. His name, he said with a voice as smooth and deliberate as the stroke of a razor, was Silas. He greeted me warmly, almost familiarly, as though he'd been expecting me. "First time here?" he asked, his tone unhurried, measured, the slightest curl of amusement at the corner of his mouth. "Yes," I replied, trying to keep my voice steady. "I just moved to town." "Ah, a writer, I presume." His eyes twinkled, but there was something in them that made me pause, a depth I couldn't read. "We do enjoy having people like you around. Curious types." I laughed, a short, nervous sound. "Yes, I like observing people, noticing the little things." He nodded slowly, motioning for me to sit. The chair was familiar, leather-worn and low, comfortable in an almost antique way. I lowered myself onto it, feeling the leather sigh under my weight, the adjustment soft but precise. Silas moved behind me with an almost inaudible shuffle, and then the shears came into play. It was then that I noticed it, the sound. Not the clip of blades as I expected. No snip, snip, no satisfying sharpness. Instead, it was a thin, tearing noise, delicate but unmistakable, like paper ripping in slow motion. I flinched, turning slightly, but Silas's face remained calm, serene, perfectly unperturbed. "Relax," he said softly. "The scissors are sharp, but gentle." Gentle. That word made me uneasy. Gentle, and yet the sound was not gentle. It was invasive, intimate, unsettling. I could feel the vibrations as the blades moved through the hair, and a cold shiver ran down my spine, brushing against the base of my skull. I looked around. The barbershop seemed ordinary at first glance, a few chairs, a counter lined with combs and jars of pomade, a mirror that stretched across the wall. But the mirror reflected too much. Too much of the room, more than I could see with my eyes. In it, I noticed fleeting shadows that didn't belong to anyone, shapes curling in the corners, slight and rapid, dawn before I could point. I blinked. They vanished. Silas hummed softly as he worked, a tune I could not place, though it felt ancient, almost like a lullaby passed down in whispers. The motion of his hands was deliberate, precise, almost ritualistic. Each stroke, each snip, or rip, rather, was intentional, careful. I noticed how the shears caught the light, the metal glinting faintly like wet stone in a cave. I tried to focus on something else, the leather chair, the window looking onto Main Street, the tiny brass bell above the door, but the sound of the scissors haunted me. Not scissor sound. Paper sound. Something being torn, something fragile. My skin prickled. Every hair that fell was not simply gone, it was transformed, removed as though stolen from reality itself. I didn't expect it to sound like that, I said quietly. Silas chuckled softly, a low, velvety sound, warm yet carrying a subtle edge. It's been many years since anyone has noticed. The right sound for the work, I find. Precise. Clean. Necessary. I swallowed, uneasy. The other customers? I gestured vaguely. Do they notice? Not anymore, he said, almost sadly, then smiled faintly. After a while, you stop hearing. You only feel. Feel. That word, again, wrapped around my chest. The notion that there was something I was supposed to feel, something beneath the surface, beyond the simple act of hair cutting, settled into me like a weight. I left the chair that day with a sense of lingering unease. My hair was cut neatly, perhaps too neatly, as though the barber had not merely trimmed it, but sculpted it, molded it into something precise, intentional. On the sidewalk outside, the afternoon sun felt brighter, the town peaceful, ordinary. But I could not shake the sound of the scissors. It followed me, pressing against the inside of my ears, vibrating with the rhythm of my heartbeat. The next day, I returned. Curiosity had overtaken fear. The same chime, the same leather chair, the same pale, unsettling eyes. And once more, the scissors whispered through my hair, ripping, tearing, precise. I tried to watch him, to see what he saw, but his hands were a blur, moving with an unnatural confidence. "You have questions," he said, finishing a particularly precise stroke. "Many have questions when they first come here. They wonder. They wonder about tradition, technique, sometimes, they wonder about things they cannot name." I heard the sound, I said, hesitant. "It's not like scissors should sound." Silas's gaze met mine in the mirror. "Ah," he murmured, eyes narrowing ever so slightly, "then you are perceptive. Good. That is necessary." I laughed nervously, though my hands shook. "Necessary for what?" "To understand," he replied simply, and with that, he moved to the counter, polishing the shears with a cloth that smelled faintly of wax and iron. For days, I returned. I watched. I listened. I noticed things that did not belong, subtle differences in the mirror reflections, a faint smell of copper in the air, the soft creak of the floor beneath invisible weight. And I began to uncover fragments of the town's hidden history, whispered names, stories of disappearances, people who had once come into Silas's chair and never returned. Yet, even as unease coiled in my chest, a part of me, curiosity, obsession, fear, demanded to return. Every visit pulled me deeper into the rhythm of the shop, into the soft, tearing sound of the shears. And with each snip, each SSSSDHRR, I felt the pull, a subtle tug, as if the barbershop itself were bending reality around its owner, coaxing me closer, teaching me patience, teaching me observation, teaching me compliance. By the end of the first week, I knew I was entranced. Not by charm or kindness, but by something more subtle, the power of familiarity twisted into unease, the comfort of routine turned into a slow, creeping dread. And even as I walked home under the gray Oregon sky, I heard the faint echo of the scissors behind my eyes, the subtle, tearing whisper, and I knew that my story, my very being, had begun to intertwine with Silas's secret in ways I could not yet fully understand. The following week, my fascination with Silas's shop grew into something I could no longer ignore. Each day, I walked down the narrow, winding streets of Dunswell with a sense of purpose I could not entirely name. The town seemed unchanged, quiet in a way that made even the wind feel conspiratorial, and yet, as I approached the barber shop, I felt a subtle shift in the air, like a curtain drawn back, revealing a world just beyond normal perception. The bell chimed as I entered, the sound lingering unnaturally long, wrapping around the room like a whispered greeting. Silas was there, as always, polishing the counter, his hands methodical, deliberate, the cloth gliding over the surface in a rhythm almost hypnotic. When he looked up, his pale eyes met mine with that same unsettling calm. He did not speak at first, simply gestured toward the chair, inviting me to sit. I hesitated. My fingers brushed the worn leather armrest, and I could feel faint vibrations, like the memory of every client who had ever sat there. The chair sagged slightly under my weight, welcoming me in, familiar yet alien. Silas approached, the scissors already in hand, their edges glinting faintly in the dim light. "Back again," he said, voice smooth as velvet, carrying that unplaceable warmth that had a subtle edge of warning. "You are patient, I admire that. Few notice the little things." I swallowed, nodding. I notice everything," I admitted. And sometimes, things notice me back. Silas paused, tilting his head, and for a moment, the shop felt suspended, as though the walls themselves were listening. The scissors moved. The sound was the same as before, yet different, layered now, resonating with something ancient, almost alive. I flinched, a subtle shiver running down my spine. "Do you hear it now?" he asked softly. "Not merely the cutting, but the psalm beneath?" I shook my head, unsure what he meant. The sound was there, yes, but beneath it, another texture, like the rustle of parchment or the faint whisper of silk, something fragile being pulled apart. And yet, it was mesmerizing. My pulse quickened as I realized that every movement of his hands, every minute adjustment of the scissors, was not just cutting hair, it was orchestrating a rhythm that resonated deep within me. The mirror reflected my face, pale and tense, but the reflection did not entirely match my movements. Sometimes I caught glimpses of a slight distortion, my eyes too wide, my shoulders too tense. I blinked, and it vanished. "Do you feel it?" Silas asked, voice calm, almost hypnotic. "The way the chair remembers. The way the air listens." I nodded, unsure if I did feel it, but afraid to admit otherwise. "It's strange. Almost alive." "Yes," he said simply. "That is exactly it." As he worked, I noticed small details. A strand of hair that refused to fall, curling unnaturally in the air before succumbing to the shears. The faint smell of copper, stronger than ever, like the metallic tang of a coin pressed to the tongue. And then, a sound beneath the scissors, the faintest tap tap tap, as if someone were knocking from the floorboards below. I glanced at the chair legs, the mirrors, the ceiling beams, but no one was there. "You are sensitive," Silas said, noticing my glance. "Good. It is important to hear everything." I didn't understand what he meant, not fully, but the sensation of being observed pressed against me from all directions. Every vibration of the scissors, every whisper of the air, made me feel as if the shop itself were alive, breathing, waiting. My own heartbeat seemed loud in my ears, matching the rhythm of the shears. Later, at home, I replayed the day in my mind, and something caught me, a memory, a fragment of the mirror's reflection. In one fleeting moment, I had seen not just myself, but something else behind me, a shadow crouched low, watching. I turned quickly, but the apartment was empty. Yet the sensation lingered, gnawing at the edge of my perception, whispering that my mind was no longer entirely my own. The next visit, I resolved to observe more closely, to uncover the mechanics of the sound, the ritual that Silas seemed to perform so effortlessly. As I sat, I noticed the subtle way his fingers adjusted the tension in the scissors, the way the blades caught the faint light, and how the air around him seemed to quiver in anticipation. Each snip, each SSSSHRR, was deliberate, exact, an almost musical cadence that I could not name. I tried to focus on other sounds, the small hum of the radiator, the faint creak of the floorboards under his movement, the soft swish of the brush through hair. But the scissors dominated, overlaid with something else, a resonance that seemed to speak directly into my mind, a low vibration that matched the rhythm of my pulse. My ears rang faintly, a persistent echo of SSSSHRR, even when Silas paused. "You hear it again," he said, leaning closer, his breath carrying a faint scent of sandalwood and iron. "The music beneath the act. Most cannot. But you are different." I swallowed, uneasy. "Different how?" "Attuned," he said, and his eyes gleamed with a strange light. "That is all you need to know for now." I left the shop that day with the feeling of being tethered, pulled subtly by an invisible string I could not name. I wandered the streets of Dunswell, my steps hollow and echoing, noticing for the first time the quiet conformity of the town, the closed blinds, the uniformity of shutters, the careful arrangement of flower pots and door mats. It was as though every house, every shop, every shadow participated in a silent, careful choreography, and I was only now beginning to understand the rules. Days passed, and my obsession grew. Each visit to Silas was a descent, not violent, not overtly threatening, but invasive, subtle, like a slow tide eroding the familiar contours of my reality. I began to notice more, the faint scuffing of shoes that seemed not to belong to anyone, the smell of hair mingled with wax and iron, the almost imperceptible hum of a presence behind me in the mirrors, shifting when I moved, reflecting what I should not see. One afternoon, I asked the question I had been holding back. "Silas, what happens to the people who leave your shop?" He froze, the scissors halting midair. For a moment, the room was heavy, the air thick with tension. Then, slowly, he set the shears on the counter. "They leave," he said softly. "Some of them." "Some?" I asked, heart hammering. "Where do the others go?" He tilted his head, studying me. "Sometimes, they become part of the work. Sometimes, they remain with the town." His words were casual, but the weight behind them pressed into my chest, making breathing slightly more difficult. I felt a tremor of panic. "Part of the work." He smiled, faintly, almost kindly. "You will understand in time. Patience is important. Observation, too. You notice more than most. That is good. Very good." That night, in my small rented room, I lay awake, the sound of scissors echoing in my ears even though I was alone. My mind traced the rhythm, felt the vibration through my skull, and I realized with a creeping terror that the sound was no longer simply in the barbershop. It followed me, threaded into the quiet, stretched across the walls, and lingered behind my eyelids when I closed them. I remembered then the first week, the distorted reflections, the flickers of movement in the mirror. I realized they were not random, not accidents, not imagination. They were invitations. An entrance into a world that existed parallel to mine, where the simple act of sitting in that leather chair became a threshold, a portal to something subtle, precise, and inexorably invasive. The next morning, I returned again. Each visit felt heavier than the last, as if the air itself were thickening around me. Silas greeted me with his usual calm, measured demeanor, but there was something new in his eyes, something almost triumphant. I sat, hands gripping the armrests, knuckles white, as the scissors came to life in his hands. And this time, I noticed more, tiny, deliberate strands of hair falling, twisting, lifting before succumbing to the cut, almost like threads being pulled from the fabric of reality itself. "Watch closely," he whispered. "See what others miss. Hear what others ignore." And I did. I saw the subtle bending of shadows, the faint rippling of the air, the mirror reflecting not just me, but a figure that was almost me, but not quite. A whisper of movement, a pause where there should be none, a sense that the shop, the scissors, the man himself were orchestrating something I was only beginning to comprehend. By the end of the hour, I was trembling, not out of fear, exactly, but of recognition that I had begun to step across a line I could never step back from. Each snip, each SSSSHRR, drew me deeper into the rhythm, into the quiet, invasive secret of the shop. And as I left, the door chimed once more, the sound stretching unnaturally long, lingering like a sigh, and I realized that I had begun to listen not only with my ears, but with my very mind, to a melody I could never unhear. The mornings in Dunswell had begun to take on a different character, a subtle strangeness that I could not shake. The sun rose the same, golden and soft over the tiled rooftops, but the town felt smaller. Constricted. Narrowed, as if its streets and alleys were closing in around me, guiding me, directing me. I tried to dismiss it as mere paranoia, yet each step toward the barbershop reinforced the feeling that something was inevitable, that I had been quietly, inexorably chosen. The door chimed a brittle, elongated note as I entered. Silas was there, as usual, standing in his slow, deliberate way, waiting. His presence filled the room more completely than the shop itself, and yet, somehow, it was not his body I felt, it was something around him, a lingering aura that pressed gently on the mind. The scissors in his hand gleamed with a dull metallic sheen that seemed almost unnatural, catching light in ways the eye did not expect. I could hear them before they moved. SSSSHR. The sound unfolded through the room like a low, persistent hum, vibrating across the floor, into the chair, and through me. I seated myself, fingers gripping the worn armrests. Every fiber of the leather seemed to shiver beneath my touch, as if recognizing that I had returned willingly. I tried to breathe normally, to steady my pulse, but the rhythm of the scissors dictated otherwise. They moved, almost on their own, yet guided by Silas's hand. Each SSSSHRR was precise, deliberate, like the cutting of a string that tethered my reality to something else. "Do you feel it today?" he asked, voice low, almost conspiratorial, leaning close so that his breath carried the faint, iron-laced scent of hair and wax. The resonance? I nodded slowly, though my understanding was incomplete. I could feel the vibrations not just in my ears, but under my skin, as if the air itself were alive, murmuring secrets I had no right to know. The shadows in the corners of the shop seemed to stretch, to breathe, to lean closer with each movement of his hands. "You are sensitive," Silas murmured, eyes gleaming in the dim light. "And that is fortunate." The mirror reflected my own face, pale and tense, yet I noticed a subtle incongruity. My eyes seemed too wide, my jaw too rigid. I caught a fleeting glimpse of movement behind me, a shadow that shifted against the grain of reality itself. I spun, but the room remained empty. Yet the feeling persisted, gnawing at the edges of my perception. I was being observed, not by him, but by something connected to him, something embedded in the act itself. Silas leaned closer, scissors poised. "Observe carefully. Notice what others miss." I focused. I saw the hair strands as they fell, each one twisting unnaturally before succumbing to the shears, curling into shapes that seemed impossible, intricate patterns like tiny spirals of darkness. The faint smell of iron grew stronger, mixed now with something sweet, almost decayed, like old parchment soaked in honey. My ears caught subtle, almost imperceptible sounds beneath the SSSSHRR, a faint scratching, the whisper of footsteps that should not exist, a low hum vibrating through the walls. The sensation was not purely auditory. It was pervasive. Felt in the marrow, in the rhythm of my heartbeat, in the shallow tremor of my hands. Each snip, each subtle pull of the shears, seemed to strip something away, not from the hair, but from me, from my perception, from the solidity of the world I thought I understood. "You hear it, yes?" Silas whispered. "The ones who came before, lingering in the strands. The melodies of their lives, woven into every cut. Few can sense it. Fewer still survive the understanding." I did not reply. Words felt inadequate, incapable of containing the weight of what I felt. I could see it now, not just as a metaphor, but as reality. The hair was not inert. It shifted subtly, like serpents coiled in invisible currents, like tiny, sentient threads mapping out lives, memories, whispers. And in those threads, I began to recognize the shapes of the missing. The previous patrons, the townsfolk who had vanished. I glimpsed them in the reflections, in the shifting strands, in the spaces between reality and perception. The scissors paused. Silas studied me carefully. "You see, do you not? You are beginning to understand. To observe is not enough. One must listen. Listen with every sense, and the work will reveal itself." I nodded, though fear twisted in my gut. Listen, I thought. But what would I hear if I did? What would I find if I truly listened? My pulse raced as I tried to ground myself in ordinary sensation, the worn leather beneath my hands, the smell of wax, the faint taste of dust in the air, but it was already too late. My senses had become intertwined with the rhythm of the shop, the cadence of the scissors, the subtle omnipresence of Silas himself. Then came the whisper, soft at first, almost drowned beneath the layers of sound. "David." I froze. My name, unmistakable, yet not spoken aloud by any human. The hair strands on my shoulders quivered as though touched by invisible fingers. A faint draft brushed my cheek, carrying the sound further, deeper. My own reflection in the mirror shivered, as though uncertain of its own existence. I blinked. It was gone. Silas straightened, eyes gleaming. "Do not fear it. The others came before you. They called, and I answered. They linger, in the strands, in the shop, in the music between snips." The air grew heavier, as though the walls themselves were breathing, compressing the space around me. My ears rang faintly, caught in the resonance, vibrating with the echo of countless cuts, countless disappearances. Each SSSSGHRR carried weight, and with it, an understanding I could not name. The scissors were not merely cutting hair. They were extracting, collecting, and shaping something intangible, invisible, yet profoundly real. I found myself compelled to speak, to ask the question that had been pressing against my mind since the first visit. "Silas, what becomes of them? The ones who disappear?" He regarded me for a long moment, expression unreadable. Then, slowly, he set the scissors on the counter, the sound clinked subtle yet sharp in the charged silence. "Some," he said carefully, "become part of the work. Some remain in the town, watching. And some," he paused, eyes glinting with a subtle mischief, "some are woven into the strands themselves. Invisible, yet present. Ever attentive. Ever patient." I shivered. The chair beneath me felt suddenly colder, as if it knew my fear. My pulse thudded loudly in my ears, and I realized with creeping dread that I had begun to inhabit the rhythm of the shop, to feel the world as it did, not as I had before. Silas picked up the scissors again, the movement smooth, elegant, inexorably precise. SSSSHR. The sound resonated through me now, not merely in my ears, but through the bone, the marrow, a faint vibration that touched every corner of perception. I was aware of the presence behind me again, fleeting glimpses in the mirror's corner, shadows twisting just beyond comprehension. I could feel them observing, aware of my observation, waiting for a misstep. The hours passed, marked only by the subtle, unrelenting rhythm of the shears. When the session ended, I rose from the chair, feeling unsteady, hollowed, as if fragments of myself had been excised alongside the hair. The shop seemed to sigh as I departed, the bell chiming an unnaturally lingering note. Outside, the air felt too crisp, too still. Dunswell itself seemed to hold its breath. That night, sleep eluded me. The sound of the scissors haunted me even in my apartment, faint echoes reverberating in the dark, beneath the hum of the radiator and the occasional creak of the floorboards. I dreamt of the shop, but in my dreams, it was alive in a way the waking world could not contain. The hair twisted into shapes I could not name, strands forming faces, whispering names, recounting stories of disappearance, of extraction, of transformation. I woke with my skin tingling, a faint metallic taste in my mouth, and the echo of SSSSHRR still insistent in my mind. I realized, with a growing horror, that the line between the barbershop and reality was thinning. Each visit drew me deeper, more intimately into the secret of Silas, the hidden town, and the invisible lives woven into every cut. I was not merely observing. I was participating. Each heartbeat, each breath, each faint tremor of the hands, tied me closer, until I feared that one day, I might not leave at all. And the most terrifying thought of all, I wanted to return. That evening, the fog rolled into Dunswell with an almost deliberate slowness, curling around the lampposts and slipping into the narrow streets like a liquid whisper. I felt compelled to return to the barbershop, despite the gnawing dread that had taken root in my chest over the last days. The memory of the scissors, their strange resonance, the invisible presence they carried, haunted every quiet moment. I knew I could not resist. The pull was subtle, imperceptible at first, but relentless. It grew with each thought, each recollection of Silas's knowing gaze. The bell above the door rang a brittle, elongated note as I entered. I had long ago ceased to notice the ordinary, dust motes dancing in the light, the worn leather of the chairs, the faint scent of talcum powder. My attention was entirely attuned to the rhythm, the cadence of Silas's movements. He was there, waiting, his scissors in hand. But tonight, something had changed. The room felt, denser, heavier, as though the air itself were infused with an unseen weight. Shadows clung to corners like viscous liquid, pooling, shifting imperceptibly. Silas's eyes met mine and a small, almost imperceptible smile flickered across his face. "You return," he said softly. "Good. It is time to see more clearly. To listen more carefully." I nodded, feeling a tremor creep up my spine. The scissors moved almost immediately, slicing the air before touching hair. The sound was familiar, yet tonight it carried a deeper resonance, a vibration that seemed to travel into my bones. I could feel the floor beneath me hum subtly with each movement, the faint oscillation almost imperceptible, but undeniably there. "Do you hear them?" Silas asked, voice low, almost conspiratorial. "Do you hear the ones who wait?" I stiffened, realizing I could. Beneath the scissors, beneath the faint creak of the floorboards, beneath the soft exhalation of air from the ventilation, there were whispers. Not words, not quite, but low murmurs, a susurration that filled the gaps between breaths. My heart quickened. I had come to understand that these were the remnants, the echoes, of those who had been here before. But now, they were no longer distant. They were immediate, almost pressing against my ears, brushing against my consciousness. The scissors moved with a precision that defied explanation, weaving through strands of hair that seemed heavier than normal, denser, as if each follicle contained a fragment of memory. I watched them fall and twist in the air, forming shapes that my mind strained to recognize. Faces, half-formed, fleeting, emerged in the reflections, in the spaces between strands. My pulse pounded in my ears, each beat synchronized with the subtle vibration of the scissors. Silas leaned closer, whispering in my ear, "Do you see how they linger? How they wait? Each cut is a note in a psalm only the initiated can hear." I shivered. I wanted to resist, to rise and leave, but my body betrayed me. My limbs felt sluggish, as if tethered to the chair by invisible cords. My mind swirled with images of the vanished townspeople, of patrons who had once sat where I sat now dissolved into the fabric of the shop itself. The whispers grew louder, forming almost coherent phrases, fragments of confessions, cries, laughter, and the faintest of pleas. A sudden draft brushed against my cheek. I looked up, startled, and saw a subtle distortion in the mirror, something like a shadow moving against the normal reflection. My reflection flickered, eyes widening unnaturally, lips moving in silent repetition of words I could not catch. I blinked, and it was gone. But the sense of being watched intensified, crawling across my skin like a living thing. Silas spoke again, voice low, hypnotic, "Do not fear. You are beginning to understand. You are part of it now. But understanding requires more, participation." The scissors paused. I could hear the faint scrape of metal against metal as he adjusted them. And then, without warning, he gestured toward the side of the shop, where a narrow door I had never noticed before appeared almost as if conjured by thought. It was old, wooden, with faint scratches running across its surface. The smell of damp wood and something faintly metallic seeped from the crack beneath it. "Behind there," Silas said, "is where the work truly lives. Do you wish to see it?" I hesitated, every instinct screaming to refuse, to flee, yet the pull was irresistible. I nodded, my hand trembling as it followed his gesture. Silas opened the door slowly. A chill, deep and penetrating, surged out, wrapping around me. The staircase beyond led downward, narrow and spiraling, lit only by a faint glow that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. The air was thick, heavy, almost tactile. Each step I took sent tiny tremors up through my feet. The sounds of the scissors above were replaced here by an eerie silence, punctuated only by distant, intermittent whispers. My ears strained to catch them, to place them, but they moved, shifting in space, seeming to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. At the bottom of the stairs, the room opened into a wide, dimly lit chamber. The walls were lined with shelves, racks, and hooks, all covered in hair, thick, tangled, carefully organized by color, texture, and length. The smell was overpowering, a mixture of hair oil, dust, and an iron-tinged decay that made my stomach churn. And there, in the center, stood a figure I had not expected, a mannequin, impossibly tall, its head a mass of hair, partially styled, partially free-floating, strands moving as if alive. Silas's voice echoed from behind me, though he remained unseen. This is my work. The culmination of years. Every patron, every visitor, their essence is preserved here. Each strand a note, each lock a life. Do you understand now, David? I could only stare. My mind swirled with disbelief and terror. The whispers intensified, coming from the walls, the ceiling, the hair itself. They called my name, recounted memories, repeated phrases I had never spoken aloud. I realized with growing horror that the strands were not merely hair, they were conduits, vessels for the consciousness of those who had vanished. And then I noticed it. A lock of black hair, unmistakably familiar. It curled delicately around the neck of the mannequin, my own. My heart froze. I had been too close to the work. Too observant. Too willing. My hair, my essence, had begun to intertwine with the collection. Do you wish to become complete? Silas whispered, emerging from the shadows, scissors gleaming once more. Or do you wish to remain partial? Panic surged, but my body did not move. My legs felt rooted to the floor, my arms heavy, my breath shallow. The room seemed to pulse, the whispers now forming a coherent, almost musical pattern: join, stay, participate. I realized with dread that resistance was futile. Each passing second drew me closer to the mannequin, closer to becoming another vessel in Silas's collection. And yet, a part of me clung desperately to consciousness, to the world outside this chamber. I reached out, trembling, for the scissors, for anything, but the air itself seemed to thicken, pressing against my fingers. Silas smiled, an expression both gentle and horrific. Do not fight. To fight is to lose. To accept is to be remembered. The whispers crescendoed into a cacophony, strands of hair moving as if possessed. They wound around me, brushing my face, tugging at my limbs, pulling me toward the mannequin. I felt my identity begin to fragment, slipping through my grasp like fine sand. My thoughts scattered, leaving only the sensation of movement, of touch, of the persistent, omnipresent sound, SSSSVHRR. And then, as abruptly as it began, the movement ceased. The chamber was still. The whispers softened into murmurs, almost gentle, almost inviting. I looked down and saw that the lock of black hair had retreated from the mannequin, curling around my wrist as if tethering me to the room. I was neither fully free nor fully absorbed. Suspended. Waiting. Silas's voice floated from the shadows. You have glimpsed the heart of the work. Remember this, the barbershop is patient. Time is patient. And so are we. Return when you are ready. Or, we will come to you. I left the chamber trembling, the stairs winding upward like a living thing beneath my feet. The bell above the door rang, brittle and lingering, as if mocking the fragile barrier I had just crossed. Outside, the fog had thickened, the town silent, oppressive. My apartment never felt so alien. That night, sleep came reluctantly. And when it did, it was not freedom. I dreamed of scissors moving through hair, whispers treading into my mind, a mannequin waiting in the shadows, and a voice, faint, insistent, calling, David, join us. I awoke gasping, heartbeat echoing in my ears. The room was empty, the city quiet, yet the sound of the scissors lingered, subtle, insidious, unavoidable. And deep down, I knew the truth, the barbershop secret had not released me. I had glimpsed it, and it had glimpsed me. And now, it was only a matter of time before the work would call again. The night had a weight to it, pressing down from the fogged sky like a damp cloth. I could still feel the remnants of the whispers, the subtle vibration of scissors treading through the air, clinging to my skin as though the barbershop had followed me home. Sleep was impossible. Even when I lay on my bed, staring at the ceiling, I could hear the faintest SSSSDRR in my ears. It was not just sound, it was presence, a reminder that Silas's work did not end when the door closed. I returned to the barbershop the next evening. Not out of courage or curiosity, but necessity. There was a pull, magnetic and insistent, as if the building itself knew my thoughts, could anticipate my hesitation, and was reaching out for me. The bell above the door rang, brittle and unnerving. The interior looked unchanged, yet the shadows felt alive, curling around the corners with subtle motion, as if they had grown taller, more purposeful. Silas was there, standing behind the chair. His eyes held that same unreadable expression, patient, almost paternal, yet brimming with something ancient and hungry. The scissors rested in his hand. SSSSHR. They moved slightly as he raised an eyebrow. "David," he said softly, his voice sliding into the quiet spaces of my mind. "You are ready. Tonight, we complete the ritual." A chill traveled down my spine. Completion, an ominous word. My stomach churned with dread, yet I felt drawn forward, each step toward the chair deliberate and hypnotic. The whispers grew louder, coiling through the room like smoke. They were not random now. They carried intent, a language I did not recognize, but which I felt in the marrow of my bones. Join, join, join. The chair creaked beneath me as I lowered myself into it. I was aware of every detail, the worn leather pressing against my thighs, the faint smell of hair oil, the ambient hum of the shop. My eyes were drawn to the mirrors, where reflections multiplied infinitely, twisting and distorting. In each pane, I could see myself in different states, some frightened, some resigned, some absent. And lurking in the corner of each reflection was the mannequin, now fully formed, strands of hair moving subtly, like it breathed. Silas approached, scissors in hand. SSSSHR. The sound reverberated through the room, through the chair, through me. My pulse quickened. I tried to move, to speak, but my body felt not my own. It was heavy, sluggish, and strangely compliant. "You see them now," Silas whispered. "The work, the collection, it is alive. And you are invited to join." A sudden draft brushed my face. The room darkened subtly, shadows folding over each other like layers of cloth. The whispers became intelligible, low voices, murmuring my name, recounting memories I had not shared with anyone. I realized with a shudder that these were the people Silas had collected, trapped, preserved, their essence woven into the hair and the walls. And now, I could feel their pull, tugging at me, drawing me closer to the mannequin. The scissors moved toward me, not violently, but with inevitability. SSSSHR. The sound was hypnotic, almost musical, threading into my consciousness. I wanted to resist, to flee, yet my body betrayed me. My hair, the strands at my temples, my nape, my crown, began to lift subtly, as if responding to some invisible force. The whispers coalesced into a single voice, silky, persuasive, insistent. "Your turn, your turn, your turn." I felt the mannequin's presence behind me in the mirrors. Its head tilted slightly, strands of hair twitching in anticipation. I realized with a sinking heart that it was waiting, not just as a static object, but as an entity, aware and patient. It desired me, not merely to observe, but to absorb, to integrate. Silas crouched slightly, holding the scissors close to my neck. "Fear is natural," he murmured. "But fear is unnecessary. It is a barrier. Remove it, and you will understand. You will be remembered." The air was thick, almost viscous. I could taste it on my tongue, metallic, bitter, a scent of iron and oil. The whispers surrounded me completely now, a chorus of pleading, laughing, crying voices. They pressed against my eardrums, tugged at my limbs, wove into my thoughts. My sense of self began to blur, mingling with the shadows, the hair, the scissors, and the whispers. The scissors moved with precision. Not cutting, not slicing, but preparing. SSSHR. I realized then, with dawning horror, that this was not about hair alone. It was about identity, essence, the intangible thread that made me David. Each cut, each touch of the scissors against my scalp, was a merging, a rewriting of that thread. My resistance faltered. My vision blurred. The reflections in the mirrors no longer mirrored me, they were me, yet not me. Multiple Davids, each in different states of compliance, each slowly dissolving into the collection. I felt my own consciousness fragment, splitting, stretching, sliding into the strands of hair and into the shadows around me. Silas's voice, calm and insistent, echoed directly into my mind. There is no escaping. There is only integration. The whispers surged into a crescendo. Join, join, join. I felt myself pulled, lifted, my hair and mind entwined with the mannequin. Panic surged, an instinctive, animalistic resistance, but it was too late. The scissors hovered, and with a final, deliberate movement, SSSSTHRR, a lock of my hair lifted, entwined with the mannequin. My scream was caught in my throat, swallowed by the thick, oppressive silence of the room. Time became meaningless. I was aware of the shop, of Silas, of the whispers, but my body no longer felt separate. I was partially present, partially woven into the work. A strange calm descended, an eerie equilibrium. I could feel the consciousness of the other collected patrons around me, threads of memory and fear, weaving together, creating a tapestry of trapped life. Silas stepped back, observing, as though admiring a completed painting. "You see now," he murmured, "the work continues. It is patient. And now, you are part of it." The mirrors reflected nothing but the mannequin, its hair now slightly longer, subtly shifted, as if it had absorbed the final piece. The whispers softened into gentle hums, a lullaby of integration, of completion. Yet beneath it all, I could feel the faint tug, a remnant of my former self, aware, horrified, unwilling to fully submit. Hours passed, or perhaps minutes, time had no meaning here. The bell above the door jingled faintly as if marking the passing of some unseen threshold. Silas disappeared into the shadows, leaving the shop empty, except for me, tethered to the work. I realized then that escape was no longer a concept. The barbershop was no longer merely a place, it was a state. A presence. A consciousness. And I, whether willing or not, had become part of it. When the town awoke the next morning, the barbershop appeared unchanged. Its windows gleamed, the leather chairs polished, the scissors gleaming. Passers-by would see nothing amiss. But inside, if one were attuned, one could hear it, the faintest SSSSHRR, the soft whispers curling in the corners, and a presence waiting. Waiting for the next David, the next visitor. And somewhere, deep within the tangled strands, a fragment of my mind whispered, a silent plea, knowing it would be drowned out by the patient, eternal hum of the barbershop, "Do not forget. Do not forget. The work endures. Silas endures. And so do I, a thread woven into the fabric of something far older, far patient, far more insidious than any mortal fear. The night has deepened, and the stories are told. 5 journeys through fear, through quiet dread, through the spaces where light cannot reach. Hummingbird Lane reminds us that loneliness can become a cage, and the voice we hear may be our own. The midnight radio confessions leave us questioning what is private, and what is already known. The sins of the stillborn whisper that cruelty, once done, never truly dies. The other sleep teaches that even when we close our eyes, we may not be ourselves. And the barbershop in Oregon shows us that trust can become a prison, and familiarity a trap. These tales end here, but the echoes remain. You may hear them in the hum of your ceiling fan, the creak of your floorboards, or in the faint SSSSHRR of your own thoughts. They linger, just beyond your awareness, waiting for the quiet, for the darkness, for the moment when sleep lets go. Thank you for listening, and remember, the night is always listening too.